Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Rosie Hicks Patton, and I'm from Sankofa Safe Child Initiative in Chicago, Illinois. And I am honored to be here to welcome you all to our child welfare brain trust, where Annetta Wilson, my executive director, is the chair of the 7th Congressional District Child Welfare. And our theme this year is Black Families Matter. And there are challenges and opportunities, but we matter. And we thank you all for coming out today to share, listen, and move forward on strengthening the Black families. And so I'm not going to prolong the time. I just want to welcome our slew of excellent panelists who are going to present. Thank God for our moderator. And before we get started, we're going to introduce our very own Congressman, Danny K. Davis, which most of you all know, but he is one of the hardest working congressmen in the United States of America. And we truly appreciate Congressman Danny K. Davis for lending his ear to hear the issues and the challenges that we face. And he go above and beyond to do what he can to make a difference. And I'm not going to prolong the time, but now we're calling on our Congressman, Danny K. Davis.
Thank you very much, and thank you, Rosie. I want to thank you for initiating this activity, but I really want to thank you and Annetta Wilson for the tremendous leadership that you displayed related to child welfare issues. Some of you, when you hear Sankofa, you really probably have no idea what that really means. And you'd have to have a little bit of the history of how Sankofa got started. As a matter of fact, I have many town hall meetings in my congressional district, and I do it with consistency and regularity for two reasons. One, I'm a big believer in something called democracy. I don't think that it's just something written on a piece of paper or something that you just talk about. A congressional district, of course, has 700,000 people in it. And if you're going to represent them, you need to know as much about what they're thinking, what they feel, what they hope for, what their most fervent wishes and desires are. Because if you don't do that, then you're BSing on the streets. That's what we call it. And if you don't do that, the only way you can know what people are thinking is to interact with them. So I have about 20 policy advisory groups. Child welfare is just one. And child welfare, the group meet with consistency and regularity under the leadership of Annetta Wilson. But Sankofa got started because we were having a big fight in our town. Black social workers were opposed at that time to something called transracial adoption. And they just had a feeling that it was best if children of certain cultural, ethnic, racial backgrounds were placed, if they were going to be adopted, with individuals who were as much like them as possible. Well, one of our most prominent citizens in Chicago was in the process of adopting an African-American baby T. And baby T's mother had some serious problems, substance abuse and other kinds of problems. And Alderman Ed Burke, who is probably the most powerful politician in Chicago or elected official, other than whoever is the mayor. Ed has been the chairman of the finance committee and the city council for about almost 40 years. He's been in office all that time. And he's just a prominent, his wife is actually on the Supreme Court. She is a Supreme Court justice in Illinois. And so we were having this meeting, and we had the head of the Department of Children and Family Services out. And so people just protested, and they beat up this poor guy so badly about policies. Finally, the group decided not to keep doing it, that they'd have a little group that would go off and meet and come up with some ideas and so forth. And Annetta Wilson was chosen as the chairman of the group. So they went out and had a little meeting and discussion and all, and came up with something called the Safe hotline, where if a family was having problems, they could just call this number and somebody would refer them to what they needed. If they needed a social worker, agencies were in the group who could provide that. If they needed a psychologist, there were people in the group who could provide that. If they needed housing, somebody could help them find it. If they had problems with unemployment, somebody could help them do that. And out of that eventually developed Sankofa, and Annetta organized it, started it, and now they have some outstanding programs, especially the work that they do with grandparents raising grandchildren. I represent one of the most fascinating pieces of geography in North America compressed into a political subdivision. As a matter of fact, I have more hospitals than you find in many states in my district. I have 24 of them. I have 4 great medical schools. We train more doctors and nurses and inhalation therapists and other people than whole states trained. I mean, some of the top medical institutions in America. As a matter of fact, they sometimes argue about who's number 1 and who's number 10 and who's number 8 and who's number 5. But we also have more children living with someone other than their natural parents than any place in the country.
Amen.
We have more children who are in need. And so this notion of grandparents raising grandchildren is a real deal in our community. And Sankofa has perfected a way of dealing with it, to the extent that they actually built 57 units of housing, and they manage it, run it, and they have so many grandparent things, and almost every week. I think we had our grandparent awards ceremony last Sunday. Yeah, at the Clare United Methodist Church. And I had a wonderful time being there to see the awards and all that kind of stuff. So we hope that we're on the cutting edge. I serve on the Committee on Ways and Means, and of course, you wouldn't think that Ways and Means deals as much with child welfare issues as we do. We are the tax writing committee for the Congress in the House. And of course, we deal with money all the time. I see that Jill Hunter-Williams, who staffs our activity, is always coming up with great ideas in terms of how to more effectively provide for young people, especially who are in need of public assistance assistance, public engagement. We're looking at something we came up with where some of the monies that are supposed to come to foster children, they never get. That the money ends up in the hands of state agencies and other agencies that sometimes use the money for something other than what it was designed to be used for. So I know that we're going to have a great discussion. I thank all of our panelists. You know, we used to have a little policy, early to bed, early to rise, makes a man healthy, wealthy, and wise. And of course, my brothers and I, when we got to be teenagers, we thought we'd flip the script and said to our father, so now, you know, we understand what you're saying, but they got another slogan now. He said, well, what is that? Early to bed, early to rise, and the girls go out with the other guys. So he said, well, look, you boys just do what I tell you. Don't worry about all this other stuff. So I basically just do whatever it is that Annetta Wilson and Rosie and these people tell me that they want done. So we thank all of you so much, and we'll get moving and get started. And again, we're delighted that you're here with us, and I'm set to learn as much as I can. All right.
Well, good morning. Good morning. I hope you're set to learn as much as you can. We have a power-packed panel with a lot of information, so we're going to move right along into that vein. But how many of us recognize, and I'm sure this is one of the reasons that drove you to this child welfare brain trust this morning, that Black families matter? And one of the things that I did to just sort of kind of frame our discussion is I pulled a couple of statistics that are current and are published recently in the Urban League State of Black America report, 2016. The median income for African American families, $35,500. Compared to white family median income, $60,000. So almost half. The number of African American families that are living below the poverty line, 27%. Compared to white families, 11%. The number of unemployment for African Americans, 10%, compared to white Americans, 4.5%. The number of home ownership, 43% for African Americans, compared to white families, 73%. May not be a big deal to you, but a lot of people are financing cars. So car ownership is a statistic that can tell us a lot why Black families matter. The number of car ownership for African American families, 71%. So that means that almost 30% of Black Americans who are driving a car are doing what? Financing. Compared to white families, 88%. But all is not lost. And one of the things that we've all been instructed today is we're going to give you some hard information, but we're going to end with a strategy. We're going to end in a positive direction. Civic engagement. That means people who are politically involved. Those of us that are in this room this morning. African Americans who are civically engaged, 40%. Compared to the counterpart of record, white Americans, 46%. So there is something that we're almost balanced now. And that means that we're all anxiously active to try to see what change can be made in this world. So we recognize And we frame this discussion that we understand all lives matter. But we are talking about the systemic system of racism that causes African American families to be targeted, to be disproportionate, and to be damaged in our society. And we care, and we are making strategies to ensure that that systemic system is equalized so that African American families have an equal chance to succeed. And so we're going to start our panel off. We're going to go straight down the line. So we're going to have fun. It's just the way it is. You know, the last shall be first and the
first shall be last.
So can you promise that you'll just take your bathroom break, get your coffee, but you're going to stay to the end, right? All right, because we're here together and we want to make sure that every voice that has given their time and preparation is heard and that their information is considered. So we'll start off this morning with Ms. Heather Hahn. If you have your program, you'll have to jump around with me a little. You'll see that Heather is a senior fellow from the Center for Labor and Human Services and Population at the Urban Institute. She has 2 decades of experience conducting nonpartisan research on the wide range of programs and policies related to well-being of children, families, including TANF, SNAP, and support for low-income families, as well as education, labor, and other policies. We're so very excited to hear this information, and we look forward to the action that we can all accomplish once we gain this information so we can move it to action.
Hey. Good morning. Thank you all for being here. It's really an honor to be speaking to this group and speaking on this illustrious panel. I am a senior fellow at the Urban Institute, and I'm going to be talking today about some information on making government programs work for families. So I'm going to stay on this title slide for a while and first describe what the problem is that I want to discuss today. So as you know, many working parents are unable to afford food for their families. They have trouble paying for doctor visits or child care. There are government programs that are available to support families, to supplement their paychecks and stabilize their families and their employment. For example, SNAP, or the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, formerly known as food stamps, helps families access food. Medicaid and the Children's Health Insurance Program, or CHIP, helps families afford health care. And child care subsidies help families find child care for their children so that the adults can go to work and the children can have a positive development experience during the day. When parents receive the full package of supports they qualify for, we know that it can stabilize their work lives and promote the health and well-being of their children. But we also know that families eligible for these supports sometimes have difficulty accessing them, in part because of the complicated policies and processes that are required for applying for and maintaining those supports. So they're eligible for the supports are available, but actually jumping the hurdles to get those supports can be very challenging. And the picture we have up here on the screen could be a typical social service office. Looks like people are prepared to wait a long time. They've brought their paperwork. I hope that woman's knitting did not start at the time she sat down in the chair. Applying for public support can involve long lines and time-consuming visits to one or more social service offices, extensive paperwork, sometimes providing the same paperwork to multiple offices and different agencies, and then waiting weeks to find out if the application is approved. After a family begins receiving work supports, they must periodically repeat this process to redetermine their eligibility to continue receiving supports. And when families are eligible for more than one support, as they often are, it's often much more complicated if they have to go to a different office or a different line to apply for each of the different programs. As a result, many low-income working families do not receive the multi-program benefits for which they're eligible. And this has real implications for families. As I mentioned, evidence shows receiving SNAP, Medicaid, and child care subsidies supports families and stabilizes work, but they need to be able to get those benefits in order for them to have impact. Receiving benefits for which they are eligible, receiving them faster, and accessing them with less unnecessary burdens is what brings the impact. In a client experience survey, we found that more than half of the families applying for assistance experienced some kind of emergency while they were applying. They lost their job, they lost their car, didn't have enough food, they were evicted, and half of those people who'd experienced those emergencies said if they had received those benefits that they were applying for faster, it would have either mitigated or avoided that emergency. So inefficient processes that rely on outdated technology and old-fashioned business processes burden those families who are seeking the support. They also burden the state agencies that are trying to provide them. It's a lot of extra work for states and extra spending for states when they have unnecessary bureaucratic hurdles. So most of what I'm going to talk about today is the Work Support Strategies Initiative, which was designed to address this problem that I've been describing. The Work Support Strategies Initiative was a multi-year, multi-state initiative funded by the Ford Foundation and others to help low-income families get and keep the package of work supports for which they're eligible. The goal was to help states design, implement, and evaluate modernization strategies to dramatically improve families' access. The initiative also aimed to help states deliver benefits more efficiently and effectively, and to share the lessons learned to inform state and federal policies. So my being here today is part of that third goal of sharing the lessons. So toward this goal, the initiative provided 6 states with technical assistance provided by the Center for Budget and Policy Priorities, CLASP, Kone Consulting, and the Urban Institute. The states received grants, peer learning opportunities to focus on these issues to address the problem I described. The 6 states include Illinois, Colorado, Idaho, North Carolina, Rhode Island, and South Carolina. All of these states focused their efforts on SNAP, Medicaid, and child care subsidies, and some also included other programs in the effort. All right. So what changes did they make? The first fundamental thing they did was a real focus on customer service. These states were committed to working to ensure that their systems, their policies, and their personal interactions respected their clients' time and dignity. Rather than merely complying with federal requirements to deliver work supports within federal timelines, which are usually 30 to 45 days, the WSS states strive to take on the customer's point of view and think about what it means for that family and try to make it easier for the family to access the work supports for which they were eligible. For example, in some cases, clients are able to receive work support benefits on the same day they apply. And nearly all WSS states also expanded the option for clients to apply online or by phone so that they didn't even need to come into the office and sit in that line. And this helped people who had health problems or transportation issues or who were simply at work all day and so they didn't have to take time off of work and risk losing their job to get the benefits that they were eligible for. So families don't really care if a state meets the federal standard. What they care about is how quickly that family gets the benefits that they need. Now, as we heard in the introduction, and everyone in this room knows, there can be serious racial undertones to discussions of poverty and programs serving low-income families. It's important to remember the majority, 3 out of 4 low-income families in America are white families. And the majority, 3 out of 4 black families and Latino families are not living in poverty. At the same time, it's also true that because of the historical and persistent racial inequities, and we heard the statistics again this morning, that discrimination has created a situation where black families and Latino families experience poverty at double the rates of white families. So that's a really interesting set of statistics, and I think they create some complicated pictures in our minds where racial attitudes can affect how services are provided to low-income families. By putting families first, as opposed to state bureaucracies and federal requirements, putting the family first makes clear that all families matter. So I want to talk about, just briefly, some of the concrete things that these states changed to help put families first. All the WSS states made policy changes to streamline access to SNAP Child Care and Medicaid. For example, they changed policies so that they didn't need so many face-to-face interviews. They could do interviews over the phone, so people didn't need to come into the office. They reduced the paperwork needed to prove eligibility. And they let people stay eligible for longer before they needed to come back and recertify. At the same time, they aligned policies across programs. So if you had if you're receiving both SNAP and Medicaid, you could redetermine your eligibility at the same time for both of them in one visit instead of having to come twice. They all made technology changes. At the beginning of the WSS period, this was 2011, several states still had the computer systems for entering and tracking benefits that used those green screens with the flashing square. And those legacy systems, as they're called, are typically slow, inefficient. They're difficult to reprogram when you change a policy. They require that clients use paper documentation because the computer can't handle it. So these states updated their technology, in part related to the ACA requirements, to help families. And this allowed states to share information more easily across departments, helped families access benefits with fewer visits. They also made business process changes. That means they changed the lobbies in the local offices, they reallocated work across the workforce, they eliminated unnecessary steps in the process, and made other changes to streamline and simplify their operations. So for example, in Idaho, you can now have one interview for both SNAP and Medicaid instead of two. These seem like pretty obvious things when you think about them, but it takes a lot to make these changes happen. But I am pleased to say there are some results, some positive results. The Urban Institute monitored and evaluated what happened during the WSS initiative. We interviewed state and local program staff, we gathered data on state performance, we conducted focus group with program participants, we surveyed people who were applying for a recertifying assistance, and what we found is that states were making progress toward their goals of streamlining access to work support programs and strengthening families. Their experiences certainly highlighted the challenges in doing this work, but they also showed that it is possible to make meaningful change in service delivery in state bureaucracies. By the end of the WSS period, states were providing faster service and improving access to SNAP and Medicaid. So I'm going to run through some of these results. Let's start with faster service. States had substantial increases in the share of the people who were applying who could get their nutrition assistance benefits the same day that they applied. So this shows from the early time in WSS to the later time that Colorado, Illinois, and Rhode Island doubled or tripled the share of families who were getting services the same day. It's still only a quarter to a third, but that is a big increase over what it was. And you see Idaho was already serving most families in the same day and managed to do even better. And what this means is instead of having families wait for 30 days, and sometimes states weren't even able to meet their 30-day federal requirement, instead of waiting that long and having a family hungry for that long, they are getting the services they need right away. Even if the benefits weren't delivered on the same day, most states were still able to reduce the average number of days that families needed to wait before their benefits were approved. Again, we see Idaho already had 2.4 days on average to getting benefits, and they reduced that further. Illinois, Rhode Island, and South Carolina also made significant improvements. You can see there's a long way yet to go. There's a lot of room for improvement, but they're on the right track. And then there's a measure of how long clients are actually waiting in the lobby. Illinois had particularly good data on this, so I'm sharing Illinois' data. The expedited set of columns are the people who are in especially dire need and are eligible for even faster service. And what we see here is that from the beginning of the WSS period to the end, after Illinois implemented their new technology and some business process changes, clients were waiting less time in the lobby. And this also, there are many people who aren't on this chart because they didn't even need to come in and wait in the lobby in the first place. They applied online and did their interview over the phone. And client satisfaction over this period went up from 40% to 52%. And more eligible families were able to access the package of work supports after WSS. When families seek assistance, they often come in saying, I need help putting food on the table. They are in a crisis at that time when they take the step to come in and ask for assistance. And they're often asking for one benefit, but they're often eligible for more than one. So one measure of how well families' needs are met is whether those who are eligible for multiple benefits actually receive the multiple benefits. During the WSS period, Colorado, Illinois, South Carolina, and Idaho made significant improvements in this area. And this chart actually shows for everyone eligible under age 65, but if we look just at children or just at adults, we see some of the states made even more dramatic improvements within those subpopulations. So looking forward, not all the results were as dramatic as the ones that I shared. These changes were not easy, and some reform attempts were successful only after states learned from their initial mistakes. And some states made greater progress than others. Some states made progress on some of their goals more than others. And the change that they made were fairly recent. This is just in the last few years that they made these changes. So there may be further benefits that we can see down the road. But they do demonstrate that large-scale change is possible in these critical work support systems, and they demonstrate these states' commitment to helping families access work supports. I want to acknowledge our funders. And then I didn't have a slide on this, but I know that part of our conversation today will be about people returning to their communities after time in prison. And so I wanted to address an issue about people who have a felony conviction and their access to SNAP, and what some states are doing and can do to help ensure that those families can access these important benefits. So there was a provision of the welfare law in 1996 that denied SNAP to certain people convicted of drug felonies if those took place after 1996. And in the federal law, it's a lifetime ban on receiving SNAP assistance. But states can pass legislation opting out of that lifetime ban, and many have for at least some people. And the trend has been for more states to opt out of that ban. So in before last year, there were 14 states remaining that had lifetime bans for people with a felony drug conviction on receiving SNAP. 18 states had a modified ban, which might mean it was for a shorter time period, or if they had drug testing, they could receive assistance. 21 states have no ban. And I think that 14 with a lifetime ban is already an outdated number. I think there are a few fewer now that states are making these changes to allow people who have felony drug convictions to receive SNAP assistance. And there are also some other opportunities that states can take to help people leaving prison to access SNAP. For example, they can start the application process before they leave. When they know they're about to be released, they can start that process so that the SNAP benefits kick in as soon as they leave, and they don't have to start that 30 to 45-day process after they return to the community. So I'm going to stop my comments there, and I know later on in the morning we'll have a chance for questions and answers. Thank you.
Let's give Heather another hand. That was excellent information. I listened to her presentation, and all I could hear is that poverty is another major point that makes this issue for Black families even that much more critical for our work. And so some of my takeaways were emergencies that create financial disasters, causing cataclysmic disruption for families, and how that disproportions families when they can't respond. And the work that they're doing to make sure that those response times have been smaller and limited, is definitely something that we can definitely support. And the last piece that she gave us is an excellent, and I paid her for this transition into our next presenter. Brother Carl Holder is a proven strategic and innovative executive leader with a career spanning over 32 years in criminal justice. He received 11 consecutive outstanding ratings as a warden. He attained the rank of Senior Executive Service in 2000. This is the highest one can achieve through the federal civil service. So we're excited to hear about his experience, his information, what he has learned, and what he is currently working on in the fields of criminal justice, and how we can take a part and how that can affect the lives of our families and children who are in the child welfare system.
I bring you greetings. My name is Carlisle Holder, immediate past president of the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice and retired federal prison warden. I want to first, do a brief introduction about the National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice, so I can lay the framework for the discussion that I'm going to continue. National Association of Blacks in Criminal Justice was founded in 1974 out of the need for African Americans to have a voice as it relates to criminal justice for those of us who worked in the criminal justice system. At that time, in these Americas, there was only one director of corrections, one state director of corrections, and that was in Ohio. And they felt there was a need that we should have a voice for those of us that work in the criminal justice to have a voice. So as a result, a lot of folks say, well, how do you work in the system and then you have to try to transform it? So I want to talk about a few things. First, I want to talk about the school-to-prison pipeline and the impact on our juvenile justice system. Then talk about the over-incarceration, and I'm going to go back in history a little bit and bring you up to today, and the impact of prison reform that it's going to have on our communities. So from the perspective, I started in corrections in 1980 in the federal system, and there was only 30,000 federal prisoners at that time. When I retired in 2008, there was about 200 and maybe 10 to 15,000. Back in the 80s, from a holistic standpoint, I think there was a little less than 1 million folks incarcerated in federal and state jails. Today we at 2.2 million. And the impact it have on the African American community is well stated. So I'm not going to spend a lot of time because everybody knows about that. But as a prison warden, I always ask the question, if there's an investment, I'm an entrepreneur now, so I'm saying, when we decided to go in this mass incarceration, nobody paid attention what were the results we were expecting. Were wardens required to make sure that when folks leave, that they don't come back, they have all the right social skills to survive? And finally, all of a sudden now, we realize, well, wow, we're spending too much money in locking people up. And as you know, as a result of the whole, the 80s and above, it was funny because as I sit back and I reevaluated my career, it was in 1980 when I was assigned to the federal prison in New York City that this whole thing started. And Giuliani was the U.S. attorney, and they started going around New York City, each one day a week, they'll call it Federal Day. And they'll lock everybody up, regardless if you had a little ounce of marijuana or whatever, and they brought them to federal prison. And I managed the receiving and discharge department at that time, and I didn't realize the impact it would have today. So we had people not only in Manhattan waiting trial, we had to send them to the federal prison upstate in Otisville, and I think a lot of the U.S. attorneys started adopting this practice. And since the federal had deep pockets, right, everybody, that's when they start changing a lot of state laws. and they start making it federal. Back in the day when I went to our work, most of the guys I see is guys who then pay taxes, they jump state, and then we start seeing all these guys, these minor criminals, coming into the federal prison. So we went from having 30 federal prisons to today we have 110 federal prisons across the country. And in the process, the federal government makes states, in order for them to receive federal money, they had to sentence people where they at least do 85% of their time. So we got rid of parole. And if you know now, there was no parole in the federal system. My last prison, I had 250 guys under 25 that was doing life sentences. Not for killing someone, because if you understand the federal law, your time is based on quantity. So the U.S. attorney figured, okay, well, you were selling, I'm going to come up with a kilo. They never found it, they never can prove that you actually sell a kilo, but they'll have all the informants come together and they'll come up with this number. And basically, that's what mandatory minimum sentences is all about. So I wanted to kind of give you that little backdrop because it has a devastating impact on African American families. Because, you know, if we don't have a head in our homes, we know what that means. So we have a lot of our young people being raised by either single moms or grandmoms. And I used to tell my guys as they work for me, I used to, you know, well, and I don't like to talk about myself, but I think it's important to know that I know sometimes when you see some of us that work in the system, you think we're part of the system. And I unfortunately, I didn't feel that way. You know, as I retired and I sit back, I tell folks now that what I thought was my job was my ministry. Because I made sure that, that my staff respected these guys. They didn't walk around sagging in my prison. They had to find something to do. They had to be in a class, some kind of skills sets. And I was doing this way back and received a lot of investigations as to whether you was using, you know, the tax money appropriately and so forth. Because it seems like when you try to do the right thing, they want the system to remain as it is. So as an organization, that's really what we want to do. We know best as we walk through these prison walls what these guys need and how we can transform their lives. I say prisons is an incubator. You have the undivided attention. We should be able, because some of them need to be in prison. So let's not fool ourselves that everybody in prison doesn't need to be in prison. Some of them need to be there. I always ask the question, how long is too long? You know, so what do we do? How can we do this? How can we, you know, transform them? Do we provide them with the right skill sets while they're in our care and custody, so when they leave, they can come productive and tax-paying citizens? So one of the things I did is I stopped having them where, you know, if you ever been in a prison, every morning they'll call and tell them time to go to work. I said we stopped that. If you need to get up, buy an alarm clock, have your cellmate tell you you need to be on work on time. And if we can do that collectively and make sure that our prisons are incubators, a center of learning, because really that's what we can do. When they leave our prisons, they can become productive citizens. So as we move forward to today, you know, two things before I get into that part of it is I want to just say I'm opposed to the decriminalization of marijuana. I know as an organization, I had the opportunity to speak at the National Drug Alliance conference in Colorado, and I recognize that's a kind of a dicey subject, because I did an article for the Dope magazine, and I told them the only way I would support the legalization of marijuana as if they released everybody in prison that's in there for marijuana. We can't have where we locked all these people up and now we realize that we don't have the resources to keep them up. If you go to Colorado, when I walked out the hotel, I almost got a high. They just out smoking and having a good old time. And if you recognize the economics of it, and that's going to lead into my next subject, because let's face it, it's all about economics. Okay, the private prisons, they just got, they just lost about 40% of their value when the federal, the Deputy Attorney General said that they was going to stop using private prisons. Now, I can imagine the lobby that the congressmen, the pressure that the folks in Congress is getting to reverse that because they lost billions of dollars, and it makes sense. Just imagine we have empty federal prisons now, and we're paying these private corrections, and they don't provide these inmates with any kind of program, so when they leave, they can become productive citizens. So I know, as an organization, that's what we talk about. We work in there, but we recognize that the system is wrong, and we got to do a better job. Now let's move forward. Prison reform, because now that we figure we can't afford to keep them, we're doing all the releasing. As I travel, and it's funny how as I do my research, I serve on a panel in Florida that I was appointed by the governor, and when I met him, my question to him is that I don't want to serve on a panel because I'm not looking for a job. I don't want to boost my resume. I said, what are you going to do about employment for returning citizens? And the conversation, he started to talk about Obamacare. And I said, well, what does Obamacare has to do with employment? So now let's, moving forward, we are about to release, or we are releasing about 800,000 individuals that's returning from prisons in our country. And if you can do this, the great thing I said, now you can fact check. You can't come up and talk and just talk because you like talking. In any given state in this country, and it varies, by state, but not too much, those returning home are going to basically 5 major urban areas. They rarely go to suburbia. And when we look at what's happening in urban America, that already we have high unemployment rates. Our state next door, Maryland, for example, they boast that they have a 4.5% unemployment rate, but if you go in the city of Baltimore, black males between the age of 19 and 26 have a 56% unemployment rate. So what I tell people as I speak, what that means, really, these folks are really the only unemployed people in the state. Because if the state unemployment rate is at 4.6%, then you have pockets that has such high unemployment rate. And now we're going to release all these guys out of prison back into these areas, what the impact it's gonna have. And I believe that, and I may be wrong, I believe what's going on in Chicago and in some of our urban areas where we having all these killings, I don't think it's a fact that we don't like each other. I think it's the survival of the fittest. Because if you have that much unemployment rate and all the social systems are broke, then you have to find a way to survive. And I believe that if America is going to become America of equality and justice, there got to be a massive reinvestment into our urban areas. Because these are, as we go back through this prison reform, as we be back here 10 years talking about, well, why do we have so many people in prisons? Because if you send them out with nothing for them to do, they don't have jobs, they can't take care of themselves, they're going to go back to do what they do best. So we can spend all the money. And I tell folks, I'm pragmatic about my statement. I don't want to talk about reentry or anything unless it's tied to employment. You know, because we can invest in all the other stuff. If they don't have a job, then all that is wasted. They go back and they're back in prison. So let's find ways to create new jobs and bring into urban America. So when these guys come, they can get jobs, they can take care of their families. Just think about a man that he's been in prison, his family's been sending money, you know, to make sure he gets a little few things to survive, and then he comes home and he still has to depend on them. That breaks the spirit. That your manhood is impacted by that. So, you know, if you can come and you can get a job and you can start taking care of your family, that starts rebuilding your self-confidence, and then you can maybe transform and do the right thing and become productive citizen. So I just want to say that we have to have our reform should be not just based on them coming home. We gotta be tied to the education that they receive, the economic development, and just making them whole again, because these guys are broken. And the ladies as well. So I don't want we do have the impact of ladies and returning to their respective communities. So in closing, I want to just say that I am happy that the prison and the criminal justice reform is taking place. I think it should have taken place a long time ago. But and I hope that we'll actually find ways to bring jobs back into the urban areas, and also one of the things I'm working on is that if we can, a lot of the jobs that went overseas, we can bring them back and give these guys skills while they're in the prison, so when they leave, they can have a skill, so when they go out, and if we can tie the work that they're doing, like, Walmart is supposed to bring back, I think, $250 billion worth of work, because what I think they was found cheating. They was paying the folks a minimum wage and sending them to get federal aid. And they got caught, and now they have to bring a lot of that work back. So maybe they can bring that work back into the urban areas so people can live and live a productive life. Because if we don't do that, 10 years from now, we'll be talking about the same thing. Thank you for the opportunity to address this topic.
The case is getting stronger. The cause for this type of work and this type of meeting is becoming clearer. This next presenter is not only the 12th national president of the National Association of Black Social Workers. She's a friend. I've known Toni as the executive director of Roots. I've known her as my co-chair when we chaired the family preservation group at NABSW, and now I know her as our Queen Mother and the president of NABSW, and it's an honor, and you're going to get more information than you think you came for this morning with this presentation. So I'm so very excited to hear from her this morning. Toni Oliver.
Thank you, James. I don't know if you're going to get more information than you came for, because I've really been struggling around what is it that I need to say today. It's also interesting to me that I think I've seen a progression of information and that just kind of set up a lot of points that I want to make. One, I really want to thank Congressman Davis for the work and the attention that you've given to this whole issue around the Black family throughout your career, and where you've put Chicago as a model for what can happen when you're really focused in supporting programs like Sankofa. And I want to thank Annetta and Rosetta for the diligence and the work that they've done over time, and I'm really happy that you had Congressman Davis to support you. I am too. Because really, I'm an example of having a wonderful program like Sankofa with no support, and in fact with the intention that it be erased from any service opportunities in the state of Georgia. So at one point, if I had a Congressman Davis, the decision would have been made to support Roots Adoption Agency rather than to cut every penny of funding out. And this was an agency that was focused on improving adoption opportunities and eventually permanency in general for African American children. And we were doing an extremely good job at doing that. We had found black families that didn't exist because other agencies said black families didn't adopt. We had begun to help families who were kinship families be able to get reconnected to children in foster care so that they wouldn't have to spend their lives moving from home to home and school to school. And there's another pipeline, which is the child welfare to prison pipeline, and I'm going to talk about that as well. But that was not the way the child welfare services had been going, not only in Georgia, but in the nation. And so Roots was a casualty of war. And whenever I hear about Sankofa still being around and I pull back the layers of the onion to see what is it that it takes to be able to have something not only maintain itself, but to move forward, we have to go back to a Congressman Davis who's committed to the community and committed to the lives of black people. And I see your work in some new legislation that came around so fast to me. It's called the Family First Prevention Services Act. And when I heard about it, I thought, somebody's talking about something that makes sense to me and has made sense to me for over 25 years. But certainly this can't be legislation that is being enacted. It's bipartisan, number one. Went through the House so fast that it was almost like while I was writing the letter to support it, it was being passed. And what it does is it gives me personally hope, because when I first came into the field of child welfare as a 20-something social worker and was given a job to go out and recruit black families to adopt black children, I figured, wow, this is going to be a short-lived job because I'm going to be able to do this in about 2 or 3 years. And then I'll have to do something else. And what I realized then was that my vision of strength in the black community and with black families and the black experience was not shared by the child welfare system. In fact, the view was about dysfunction. It was about what we need to do, and I believe now in all of those years that this system is intended to destroy black families. At some point when we're looking at having conversations and research about what it is that helps families, what does it help families to do? It helps them to stay poor, and it helps them to be disconnected, and it helps them not to be able to get themselves strong, to be able to work. There are no jobs. It helps them to be incarcerated. This is what happens in black families through the child welfare system. So this new legislation says something that I couldn't figure out 26 years ago. I couldn't figure out why did Title 4E of the Social Security Act enable money to help families after you have removed their child. But there was no money or minimal money to be able to help the child stay in the home. And people tried to explain this to me because I didn't really, I guess I wasn't intelligent enough to understand that legislation. But the Families First Prevention Act will say that in the next 3 years, over the next 3 years, states will have to determine how they will develop services to be able to help children stay in their homes and to be able to support kinship families when they have to be removed from the biological families with real services, to support them with real services. And so I'm thinking, as a 20-something-year-old, I really believe this is very simple. if you change the carrot and the stick, you get a different outcome. We really don't have to have a whole bunch of conversation about this. If you pay people to support families and keep children in their homes, they will develop services to do that. But what Title 4E has been doing is to say, we will pay you to help families once you destroy them. And so what happens for black families is that it is less likely that they will ever see their child again. And when Roots got started, and people would call our agency, and they would have a problem with their sister or their child or their grandchild, working with a problem within their family. And they would say, we're looking for a foster family, or we're trying to figure out how we can get some help. And I would say, you have help in your own family. And let me tell you something. Do not call the Division of Family and Children Services. Because if you do, based on what the conversation we have had, the risk model will say that you are at imminent risk of child abuse and neglect, which also looks like poverty, by the way. It looks a whole lot like poverty. It doesn't look like marks on your body. It looks like inability to provide medical care, inability to provide adequate food, inability to have adequate housing. That's what abuse and neglect looks like in black communities. Not only that, if I knew the zip code, I said definitely do not call. Because when states and jurisdictions do geomapping, what you find is that there are zip codes that are the transit area to keep fueling this child welfare system. So I'm very hopeful that the Families First Prevention Services Act will turn things around. Now, we have New York State and we have California who are trying to stop it as hard as they can. They couldn't stop the train out of the House, but they're trying to put the brakes on in the Senate. And so it didn't pass in the last session, but it's up for voting now in September. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is to talk about this act. I want you to talk to your legislators about passing it. I want you as organizations to send letters in support of this act. It's not everything that we want, but it's so huge. The reason that New York and California are against it is because of the millions of dollars they will lose from warehousing children in residential treatment settings that will not pass the criteria that's in this legislation. So you can't just get in and stay in and grow up in and go out and get into the prison system, which is the story of the experience of black children in foster care since I've been around. And so I haven't been happy. I've been in the field, I'm passionate about the service, I have not been happy with it. And interestingly, and let me tell you what's still going on, because I looked at some stats in some other places. We have places like Wisconsin, when you talk about disproportionality. The state of Wisconsin, African Americans represent about 6 or 7% of the general population. They represent over 40%, and in some cities, 70% of the foster care population. And there's a zip code that is fueling this. So if you're looking at Milwaukee, you're going to see some different things. In the state of Texas, there is legislation that says that kinship families should get certain services. And it also Texas has done a lot of work around, I don't know if the word is eradicating, and I sure know that they haven't been successful, but racism, eradicating racism in the child welfare system and across systems. So in the legal system, everyone takes this eradicating racism, eliminating racism or eradicating racism training so that they can begin to see their own behavior when they make decisions to remove children. Because some workers were saying after this training that I didn't realize when I got a call to go out to a neighborhood to do an investigation, that if it was in a certain zip code, I picked up the baby carrier to go with me because I expected to bring a child back. Okay? In Georgia, what we're attempting to do now is to implement a new casework modality called solution-based casework, which means that caseworkers are being trained in what social workers should be doing all the time, which is when you get an investigation, you go out and you talk to the family and get the family's perspective of what should be done and try to make that work. I'm real interested in how that's going to be done, and I'm very much involved in being able to watch it happen. And interestingly, that same system that chose to take every dollar from Roots also has selected me to be on the State Board of Child Welfare. So every time I hear a statistic or I hear about a plan, I have a lot of history in terms of what the state has done or has not done for black children. And what I know is that the state of Georgia, as in a lot of other states, including the federal government to an extent, does not do the deep analysis for aggregate data collection and analysis around the experience of black children and families in the child welfare system. So when we were talking in Georgia about solution-based casework, I said, what is your benchmark to determine that all children and families are, the extent to which they are positively affected by this? And they really hadn't thought about it. And I said, well, you have your data because you're just beginning. So you can look at what is the experience of African American children and families in the child welfare system now. And once solution-based casework is implemented, what changes for them in comparison to their white counterparts? Because this is another smoke screen. When we begin to look at pilot projects, we may have positive outcomes overall, but what typically happens in child welfare is that the percentages of disproportionality do not change for black children at all. So the gross numbers may be reduced, and we sit and say we did a really good job and we have fewer children in care and the children are going back home more quickly. But when you pull back the layers of the onion and you look at the experiences of black children, while the numbers in the total numbers in the system may have reduced, the percentages of African American children remain the same. And so even as we look to the future of this new legislation, we need to be watchdogs on the front end. We need to be the loud voices that are asking for the outcome measures to include specific attention to the experiences of outcomes for African American children. I talked about Wisconsin, for instance, and this might be interesting to you in terms of criminality. But one of the things that I found, and this is with zip code information as well, there's a report that was written that if you Google Wisconsin and black people, the first thing that's going to come up is a report that says Wisconsin is the worst place for black people to live. And Casey did a report on child welfare in Wisconsin and said that Wisconsin is the worst place for a black child to live. So it's something happening in this Wisconsin. And a long time ago when I looked at research and saw that there were places like Wisconsin and Minnesota and places where there are very few African American people, period, but the disproportionality figures are huge. To explain it, the researchers called it the visibility factor. I'm not sure what that means, that I see you, therefore I got to get rid of you. I don't understand that. But in Wisconsin, because of the visibility factor, black children are incarcerated the most. Wisconsin is ranked as one of the worst states to live for black people. They allot more funding for corrections than they do for education. In Milwaukee, half of all black men in their 30s and 40s have served time in zip code 53206. And 62% have done time by the age of 34. This is your field, okay? Now, what's also happening, we're talking about men. I just left a conference, African American Women in the Law, and realized that we're not looking at what happens to black women. And when we look at that, we see even worse outcomes. That's right. And so one example of that is that black boys are disciplined in schools 3 times greater than their white counterparts. Black girls are disciplined 7 to 11 times greater than their white counterparts. So when you see South Carolina and the, what would they call, school resource officer who yanked the girl out of her chair, and he was probably fearing for his life, because that's typically what happens in situations like that. And his approach was found to be acceptable. This is not an anomaly. This is what's happening, but we don't see it behind closed doors. And what I said when I saw that is, this child is probably in foster care. Because what happens to children who are in foster care and in public schools is that they aren't faring well at all. So let me go back to Georgia and tell you how they're doing in school. One of the last meetings that I sat in with the board, one of the outcome measures from the research for last year was the graduation rates for children in foster care is 8%. 8. Not 18, not 80, 8. And then the director went on to the next outcome. I'm like, whoa, hold up. How do we feel about this? Do we see this as a problem? Well, yes, we see it as a problem. It's the first time we really looked at it. But now, when you talk about the connection between education, the ability to be able to get a job, first, education, ability to read. Okay, I don't know how many people looked at the it wasn't the United States, the comedian that did the PBS show on United Shades of America. And one of them was San Quentin. People who will never get out of prison, and the one thing they had in common was that they came in and they couldn't read. And these are people who have learned to read, and one of them is a financial whiz advisor now in San Quentin, because when he started reading financial papers. And so he has a financial service that works in some way on the outside of San Quentin, but he will never get out. So then I start putting all of this stuff together, and that's why I say I'm so frustrated and I'm not happy, because when I know that I've spent my life in the field of child welfare, and that what I have observed is the continual ignoring and misinterpretation of what is happening well for children, for black children in foster care, is that what has happened is that very little has happened well. That they have not been educated, that they have come in and they have made 3 to sometimes 30 moves from home to home. How can you learn to read if you're moving so often during the school year? And when you go in, you're supposed to be operating like everybody else. Do you understand then why there's a behavior problem? Do you understand then why there's certain services that are needed for these families? Do you understand that when these children go into juvenile justice, they don't have a birth mother or father or grandmother who's standing there and who's begging for somebody to give some services and to help them? They don't have somebody, they have somebody who's saying, this child is a problem and needs now to go into residential treatment. So that whole scenario is one where I call it the Roach Motel. You can get in, but you can't get out. So we have to do something differently about this. And I'm going to end by telling you that, reading you something that has also pained me in my career, because when I first got started looking for African American families to adopt, I was given a case. I was in Philadelphia at the time, I was given a case of 3 siblings, and I was to find a family, an adoptive family for these 3 adorable siblings. And as I began to read their case, I began to see something about their birth mother, that where she had made statements along the way that had been ignored about how badly she wanted her children. And she had done things to try to make the system feel like she was working her case plan. So one of the things that she had done most recently was she had moved into a neighborhood that was pleasing to the caseworker, but it was something that she could not afford. And at one of the visits, she was so frustrated because she knew that she was about to lose this apartment. It was an apartment that had maybe 1 bedroom, and she had put curtains up in the living room to separate the spaces for the children. And that was, of course, not acceptable to they weren't private enough for the system. So in her attempt to do whatever she could to make a statement, I want my kids, I love my kids. And riding back to the agency, she jumped out of the car and took the kids with her. She was trying to hold on to them. And the statement that she made when I was overhearing her in a court hearing, because I was to testify, could these children be adopted? She looked at her worker and she said, if y'all gave me the money you gave to foster family, I could take care of my own kids. And so I had to look at myself as the person who was there to help the system take her kids away and give them to somebody else. And I was trying to figure out at that time, is there some way that I can become the adoptive parent? Because if I could, then she could have her kids whenever she wanted to have them. But it didn't work out that way. And then I began to be the spokesperson for NABSW as the foster care and adoption person. And we always got calls from people across the country who were saying, I've been looking for somebody who might be able to help me get my children out of foster care, or get my grandchild out of foster care. I talked about Texas. In February, we got a call from somebody in Texas who had been trying for 3 years to get her 2 nephews out of foster care. They knew that she existed. There's a foster care and kinship care program in Texas that should help somebody like her. But they had ignored her because, Congressman Davis, they had families for these 2 children that did not look like them. And when I went to try to find resources that would be able to help the aunt who lived in Arizona be able to get the children who were in Texas, I was told by workers in Texas, well, if they're in foster care, the court's going to make a decision where these kids go. And the courts typically use this to be able to fuel and supply adoptive parents. We were able to get 1 child out, and she's appealing. I've never heard of this. For the 2nd child, they had a jury hearing for a jury to come in and make a decision about where this child should go. And the jury decided that that young boy should stay with the white foster family, and she's appealing, and we're helping her to appeal. Don't know what will happen, but I do feel good about the fact that this is one case that NABSW has been involved in, and we've been supporting her. Let me give you the last one to tell you that this happens all the time. It's not something that happens every now and then. These children who are in foster care are not children who don't have families. They're not children who don't have families who love them. They have families who have been abused by the system and who have been ignored by the system. This came from a grandmom in Ohio to our website 2 weeks ago. I'm in dire need of assistance. My grandchild has been abducted by the state of Michigan Child Protective Services. My son was never given a paternity test as they promised. They went around the way and manipulated the system to terminate his parental rights without getting paternity established so that the foster parents could adopt my grandchild. They did a public posting looking for a putative father 60 miles away from where my son and the mother live. Once I became aware and hired an attorney, they didn't allow him access to the file until after the adoption was completed. I would like to have the caseworkers, judge, and adoption agency punished, and the rights to have my granddaughter in my home. This is after the fact. This is another child that has been taken away from a family. This is so common. Every child and every family in foster care has a legal representative who's supposed to be working in their best interest. And if that's the case, why does this continue to happen to black children? So when we say black families matter, I have to ask, to whom?
Ashe. It's now time for some afternoon stats. I'm an academic, so Toni just pushed my number. You want to know how many kids are in the child welfare system? 653,000 served in 2014. You want to know how many people came in? 415,000 new cases in 2014. Okay, no, that's the in-care number. There's 415,000 in care. The 653,000 is the number of children that were served during that time period. So the total of 415 in care. But of that 415, 265,000 are newly entered cases in 2014. What you did have is 238,000 cases exit. Of that 415 in care, there is 108,000 waiting for adoption, like Toni was talking about. And of that number, 60,000, a little under 61,000 have parental rights terminated. So their option to get out are gone. And Toni talked about disproportionality. We recognize that as African Americans, they represent only 12 to 13% of the population. Of this population that we're talking about here, 22% of the newly entered cases, remember that 265,000 new cases, 22% of those cases are African American children. 23% of the cases that exit are African American children. The percent waiting for adoption, 23%. So that means that almost a quarter of them are still languishing in the system waiting for adoption. Once they get in, they're struggling to figure out how to get out. So I wish I could take credit for the design of this program. All they did was ask me to come moderate. But the next person you will hear is Ms. Sellers. Now, Ms. Sellers is a charismatic parent advocate and dedicated mom. She was addicted to drugs in 1999, and guess what? Her parental rights were terminated. She was alcohol and drug free and had been in recovery for 2 years at the time of this termination. When her children turned 18, there was no more money in the system for them. She was able to reunify with them. Her experience made her an advocate, and it gives her purpose, which to help families to reunify and to get the justice they deserve. Put your hands and get ready to receive some more good information from Ms. Sellers.
Thank you. Yes, I am the mother of 2 children. I have a 23-year-old daughter and a 20-year-old son. My rights were terminated to my children in 1999, and as the moderator mentioned, I had been clean for over 2 years at that time, drug and alcohol free. My children and I were able to reunite, not because of any assistance from the child welfare system, but because our love for one another and our bond as mother and children that never was broken spiritually. my children came and sought me out, and we reunified on our own terms at that time in the year 2011 and the year 2013, respectively. I have been drug addicted, I've been homeless, I've been on welfare, I've lived in the projects, I've never been married, had children out of wedlock as a result of not being married, but I am now heavily degreed. I have an upwardly mobile career in procurement and contracts management. I'm a homeowner. I'm founder and executive director of Families Organizing for Child Welfare Justice, and I have ministry experience. I feel that I live a joyful and triumphant life right now. It has not always been like this. Thank you. I did have a challenging childhood. Nevertheless, I was intelligent. I was given by the Lord an innate intelligence, and I graduated valedictorian of my 8th grade class. Yet I was a high school dropout 3 years later. And how does something like that happen? It happens when there are systemic injustices throughout our Black community in this United States. The poverty, the lack of employment, the not being able to access welfare benefits and other things that these illustrious speakers have spoken about, that occurred in my family as well. All of those things came together to cause a critical time in my life where I didn't have anybody to go and find out how to do the right things. I wanted to do the right things, I just didn't have it around me to be able to see, to be able to access, and to be able to move forward in a way that was productive. When my child welfare experience began, a call was made to the hotline alleging that I was not providing adequate supervision to my child. When you hear all of these cases in the media where, the kid was chained to a radiator in the basement, or they was left in a hot car for hours and hours and things like that. No, that was not my case. I didn't do those things. In my drug addiction, I knew I had an addiction. I knew that I couldn't take care of a child while I was actively on binges. So when I would get the urge to use drugs, I would take my child, my daughter, only my daughter at the time, to a family member's home to be cared for while I was out on the drug binge. I would come back and get her when that binge was over in 2 or 3 days. That was not a good thing for me to do. I should not have ever been on drugs, and I should have been able to take care of my daughter at the time every day, not just 3 days or 4 days out of the week. However, that thing that I did by not taking care of her every day, in my mind, is not criminal enough, is not egregious enough to have had my rights terminated forever, legal rights to either of my children terminated forever. There were many factors and people involved in me not being able to regain timely custody of my children, involved in me not getting the services that I needed in a timely and adequate fashion so that I could regain custody of my children. There were many factors involved in the long court process that played out that also contributed to me not getting my kids back and to me having my rights terminated. But one thing does remain true, and it is the devastation of not having my children, which propelled me into further addiction. And that addiction monkey that was on my back, it was there, and it was unshakable for a time, and I do take responsibility for that. I went to a 90-day drug treatment program on September 22nd, 1997, and I've been clean ever since. Thank you. It's unfortunate that 2 years prior to that, the child welfare system and the courts, they had moved towards termination of parental rights. And even though I entered that 90-day drug treatment program and I completed everything that was required of me in that program, even though I left there and went to a 2-year residential recovery home, and where they had services and programs that I was completing, and I got full-time employment, and I went back to college, and I was going to church regularly. Everything that they asked me to do, the child welfare system asked me to do, I did above and beyond that. I was supposed to work or go to school. I worked and went to school. Anything they told me to do, I did it double. My rights were still terminated. That's why I'm under the impression, as is Ms. Oliver, that it's set up to be that way. It was never intended for me to get my children back, because after I did everything they wanted me to do, that still didn't happen. In terms of reunification with children to their parents of origin, I try to call the term parents of origin. I think birth family sounds too surrogate. I'm not here to push out babies for you to take and raise in your family. I'm the original OG, and I'm gonna be that whether they in your home or mine. In terms of reunification, what is important is not only reunifying families, but also important is providing the services those families need to remain stable after they're reunified. This helps to prevent recidivism. Agencies need to work closely with parents to ensure that the parents and the children are not separated again after reunification has occurred. Once the children reunifies with their family, the damage that has been caused, the emotional separation, and the traumas that have been caused as a result of that separation, that needs to be addressed. And I'm finding in my family and in families that I come in contact with in my work, we don't have those supports in place, and that's why the recidivism occurs. There should be meetings. There should be checkpoints along the way to ensure that if an issue comes up in a family, those can be addressed immediately. Some of the services that are needed for families does include individual services, family support groups, and community-based services that people can access readily that are in their own communities. Reunification should be a first option and not a last option. And too often, it is the last option. The way to make sure that reunification happens is that supports are in place at the onset of a child welfare case. According to the Technical Assistance Bulletin issued by the National Council of Juvenile and Family Court Judges, that represents data from the 2013 AFCARS report and the 2013 Census Bureau, Black children represented 38% of children in the foster care system, while they comprised only 16% of the general child population. This represents a disproportionality of 2.5%. That says it's 2.5 children in the system for every one African American person in the United States. How does that work? My question is why? There was a decrease though. In 2012, it was 2.0, the disproportionality index across the United States. Why did that happen? Did they stop taking less children, or did they take more children and the disproportionality index decreased because of the population got larger? In my home state of Illinois, the disproportionality rate is 3.3, We're 1.3 points above the national average. I'm very discouraged by that. I'm also discouraged by the fact that in Illinois, while the disproportionality rate is 3.3, for other races, it's less than 1 point, 0.8 for whites, 0.3 for Hispanics, 0.1 for Asians, and 0.7 for American Indians. In another study by the Annie Casey Foundation, it was found that there are 47 to 49% of black children in the U.S. who are living in families where there is no parent who had full-time, year-round employment in the past 12 months. To me, there's a connection between jobs and child welfare. We can't take care of our children because we don't have jobs to go to make the money to take care of them. That also says welfare is not set up to take care of the child. Changes in practices are needed. Frontline child welfare workers, including caseworkers and investigators, who are working with black families need to be culturally trained on the black family, our norms, and our traditions. This is critical for the reunification process to work well. Other front-loaded services needed to be offered as well. Examples. In my case, I was homeless. I was on using substances. Had I had the timely and adequate services I needed to correct those issues, the housing issue, the substance abuse issue, my case may have turned out differently. What needs to happen is that there needs to be adequate legal representation for black families. When we go into court, we don't understand what they're saying. I didn't understand what they were saying. We need someone to break the proceedings down for us, bring them down into layman's terms. We need judges who understand the importance of keeping families together when it is safely possible to do so. We need policy changes. We need to address the Family First Prevention Services Act is good. But I am of the personal opinion that we need more. We need to address policies that speak to concurrent planning and termination of parental rights. There was a case in the news a couple of weeks ago about a mother who she was on meth or something. She was on meth, I think, and then she had a cousin, and there was another woman, and so it was a total of 3 adults, and there was a 10-year-old child, and they shot the child up with meth, and then they sexually assaulted her and murdered her. And so, from a criminal aspect, they're going to go in front of a judge in the criminal court and they're going to get whatever they'll get there. But from a child welfare perspective, they're going to get the ultimate death sentence, what they should get, and that is termination of parental rights. And guess what? Somebody like me who didn't do nothing, nowhere near that, got the same death penalty. Something is wrong with that. One way that I have personally, I've been doing child welfare advocacy for a number of years now, but my major piece of work, my baby, is Families Organizing for Child Welfare Justice, and I founded this organization for 3 primary reasons. One is that I thought about the things that I wish I had when I was going through the system. I thought about the supports and the things that I needed, not only while I was going through the child welfare system with my open case, but once my rights had been terminated. I needed things that could nobody give me because they had never walked in my shoes. A second reason why I founded the organization is because a successful program had been in place in New York City for quite some time called Child Welfare Organizing Project, and it astounded me that never had such an organization existed in Illinois. I couldn't think in all of the years that I had been working with child welfare advocates and going on speaking engagements and talking with parents, why there had not been an independent organization. They have some groups and some councils funded by the Child Welfare Agency in Illinois, but why not an independent organization? So I started my own. FOCWJ answers my now what question. Now that my rights have been terminated, now that I, though, have been able to do a number of things to improve myself in spite of that termination, how do I help those who are currently in the struggle? I feel that as a drug abuser, when I was a drug abuser, I was also a single mother. I was also African American. I was also suffering from crippling poverty and homelessness, that I received disparate treatment as a result of that. The stigmas that are that we place, sometimes we in this room, that African Americans place upon other African Americans, it needs to stop. We need mentorship, stigma removal, due process, and services. I'm still here for a reason. I did a lot of things, I seen a lot of things, and I was in a lot of situations where that a lot of people didn't get out of that I did. So I'm still here for a reason. I've been given a platform for a reason. I want to honor that blessing that I've been given by being a voice for others. My mission in FOCWJ and my calling in life is to educate, train, and organize families in being able to affect changes in the system and fight for reform so that our black families can remain together. I asked the Congressional Black Caucus, the people in this room, community providers, advocates, all of us, to include prevention and intervention services in their committee work. I asked that we all advocate for legislation that would keep our families together. And I ask that we pay attention to the plight of the black family in America with particular focus on child welfare. My prayer is that also that parents of origin, such as myself, have the heart and the mind change needed in order to want to turn their own lives around. That we who have made it through can speak hope to those who have not yet made it. My prayer is for those of us in this room and in this city and in this nation to use our collective power to advocate for positive changes and create good in America. Thank you.
We have Ms. Banks, who is here from Allstate. She's going to come share a couple brief words with us, and we just want to welcome her and give her that opportunity.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I really appreciate the fine job that you're doing this morning and have really been inspired and encouraged by the speakers that have spoken this morning. I'm Vanita Banks, and I'm corporate counsel with Allstate Insurance Company. I'm also past president of the National Bar Association, which is the oldest and largest association of predominantly African-American lawyers and judges in this country. We represent the voice of over 50,000 African-American lawyers, judges, and law students in this nation. And on behalf of Allstate, we are so proud to sponsor Representative Danny Davis's Child Welfare Brain Trust for the 7th consecutive year. And we applaud Representative Davis's work on behalf of children, particularly the children of incarcerated parents who, as we know, are particularly vulnerable. Thank you, Annetta and Rosie, for all of the fine work that you're doing with the Sankofa initiative. One of the speakers stated that the Sankofa House is indeed a model for communities across our nation, as you know, where grandparents are raising children. Their work is so very, very important. And Allstate shares Representative Davis's commitment to our communities, and our CEO and other leaders in Chicago have established an initiative called Get In Chicago, where we are looking to identify organizations like the Sankofa House that have sustainable and proven initiatives with measurable outcomes to support and fund, because we know this work is incredibly important. And you know as well, and let me also say that as a leader of the National Bar Association, we've worked with Representative Davis for so many years on legislation, including the Second Chance Act, and look forward to working with him on the Family First Prevention Services Act. And I can tell you that I'm going back to our executive leadership to recommend that our Bar Association approve a resolution advocating that all the members of Congress enact the Family First Prevention Services Act. You're also very aware, I'm sure, that Representative Davis is a large supporter of historically black colleges and universities. And Allstate shares the goal as well of ensuring that our historically black colleges and universities are preserved and that they have perpetual existence. We know that many of our finest lawyers and doctors and professionals all over this country are from our historically black colleges and universities, and it is just imperative that they continue forever. And so that is one of the things that is important to Allstate as well. And so we've partnered with the Tom Joyner Foundation on an initiative which in the ALC Daily, you'll see our ad, and it reads, "Get in on preserving a legacy." You quote, we donate $10 to historically black universities between now and November 30th. For every quote in which you mention quotes for education, Allstate will donate $10 up to $250,000. Since 2009, Allstate has donated over $1 million to scholarships to support students at our historically black colleges. In fact, this year, our ambassador is a 63-year-old student that is majoring in art design at her university. And so you can see that's diversity, and that is never too late to pursue your goals. I also want to just thank my colleague, Kimberly Moore, who's here. She's with our Diversity Supplier Initiative at Allstate. Kimberly, thank you for being here. And my colleague, Felicia Falarin, is outside, and she can tell you more about the about our HBCU initiative. Again, I want to thank Representative Davis for his leadership. It truly is a pleasure and a privilege to be here with you today, and thank you very much.
That's powerful. Somebody should have gave me the All-State call when I was at Morgan State. But I'm gonna give a shout out for my students at Johnson C. Smith. So we'll definitely call. Committed to the HBCU love, and I hope that they're here forever. Thank you. But I do want to take a moment because I think that we've gotten a lot of information. Hopefully your wheels are spinning and your mind is moving and is committing you to some type of action. That's why I love the All-State, that they're going to make sure that they go back and they're spreading the word and that they're going to hold their teams and their people accountable. What I want you to do is I want you to take a moment, turn to somebody who's somewhere, I go to church, and you ask them, will you answer the call? Should they want to know what call is it, Freeman? That's the right answer. I wanted to know if you were still with me, if you're still awake. Toni said in her presentation, and she said that she wasn't going to give me more than my morning cappuccino. Toni said in her presentation, Black families matter. And then she said what? To who? Will you answer the call to be the one that Black families matter? Will you answer the call to be the, thank you, to be the one? She said, I'm here, 9 o'clock. What I want you to do is we're still going to be moving. This is this is an opportunity for us to get our juices flowing, to find out what are the solutions, what are the answers. Much like many of these professionals who presented today, I started off in child welfare. I was a caseworker in foster care. I worked as a foster care caseworker, young, bright-eyed, and, really thought that the world would change and that we were really seeking answers. So I was out there working hard, working long, got promoted, and worked even harder. And because I believed that there was an opportunity for change. And then I woke up and realized that not everybody is really looking for the same answers that I was looking for. And in foster care, I had risen to the rank of executive, so I had big buck. I had big bank, I had a gold card, swiping. And then I realized I didn't want to be in foster care because I didn't really think that I was aligned with the values that was in that system. And I went over to community work. So I became an executive at a community center. And then I really realized the disproportionality. Because in foster care, I didn't have to ask for a dime. But at the community center, I had to fundraise for everything that I thought that I wanted to do. If we wanted to give a hot dog, it was a decision at the meeting if we were going to have hot dogs at the community fair. If we wanted to have a housing fair or a jobs fair, if we wanted to provide services to birth mom and babies, as they used to call it, we had to figure out how we were going to finance that opportunity. And I didn't recognize at the time how much that was related to what we're all here this morning doing. How that's related to the politics, the policies that affect what we can do in communities. So I escaped the whole system and went on to the academics. So I'm training individuals in this area now so that people leave the university understand how theory translates to practice, and practice is driven by policies, and what that interchange does and how we can affect change. So I'm committed, and I just wanted to share my commitment to answering the call this morning. Because Black families matter to me. And I hope that we continue to share. We've gotten the build up. There's one other thing I wanted to do, and I was supposed to have you do it while I was talking, right? I'm still moderating. I need you to write your question down. I don't want you to lose them. We're going to move into our question and answering segment, and I don't want you to lose the rich information and your purest reaction to the information that you've heard this morning. And I guarantee you that I still got some power pack waiting for you. So stay with me, because you know what I'm saying, like boom, remember the last shall be what? First, and the first shall be last. So hang in there, but I want you to take a moment and write your reaction down, write your question, because we want to have an exchange. And I don't want you, at the point that we call for the questions, to have forgotten what you were responding to, forgotten the call that you answered, because it's in our shared dialogue that we find the best answers. I told you I went to church that they used to always tell us that in the multitude of counsel, there's safety. Okay? So take those minutes and write those things down, and we're going to keep moving. Y'all ready? Say, let's go. Our next presenter, Miss Marion T. Van Lewing. She's the Chief Government Counsel Officer at H&R Block. In this role, she leads federal and state legislative and political strategies. She also oversees the Tax Institute, H&R Block's Independent Research and Analysis Division. We had wonderful coffee this morning. I'm so excited, and I look forward to hearing on what she has to share with us today.
Thank you, James. So by now you're trying to figure out, why is there tax preparation companies standing up here? So it might be because we were founded in Kansas City and we live and habitate in Congressman Emanuel Cleaver's district, and he's kept us close to the Congressional Black Caucus, but that's a plausible reason. But the reality is we have over 60 years of experience in tax preparation, and we skew heavily to the low and moderate income taxpayer, and we know how tax refunds can help millions not only lift out of poverty, but build financial security. And what many people in the country don't realize is that we've turned to the tax code to administer social policy. And there are programs available that help individuals at low and moderate levels to be able to improve their situation. A little bit about us. Last season, we helped 13 million taxpayers in our over 10,000 offices. We have 31 of them in Congressman Davis's district. About 35 to 40% of those 10,000 offices are small business franchises. We also served about 6 million taxpayers through our online software. Most people don't know we actually are the second largest online software tax preparation method. And we see more people in a season than the IRS. So we know more about people's lives, what they do with their money, what their pressures are, and once a year we are the largest financial transaction for most of these people. It matters that they get it right. We're also the largest filer of earned income tax credit returns. In our client base, about 29% of our African American clients file for an earned income tax credit, and their average income is about $4,800. Why this becomes important is that the earned income tax credit, in effect, encourages people to work and helps to offset the impact of payroll taxes. And there is data out there that shows over its existence, it has helped move people out of poverty. But it is limited in who can use the earned income tax credit. And there's a great conversation going on right now to expand the credit. There's a proposal from President Obama and Speaker Ryan, and there's also a proposal coming out of Congress, Congressman Neal, that talks about expanding it to childless workers. And I don't want to get into a lot of that now, but I want to explain to you why it's important to understand that not just applying for these things and understanding in the moment, but getting them right matters. So there's a fair amount of complexity in the tax code, and what complexity leads to are errors. And one of the easiest places to see this is in the definition of a dependent. One would think it's pretty clear who your dependents are. But the definition of a dependent to determine if you can file as head of household versus a single person, and there are certain benefits along that way, is different than the definition of a dependent for the earned income tax credit, or the child tax credit, or for the Affordable Care Act. So you have to be understanding the implications of the fact that you may have a non-dependent dependent. I particularly like that, or the unrelated relative. And these are actual tests that you go through to determine, am I able to take credit for a dependent that I support, someone I support in my household. And where we see this is in multi-generational households and in non-traditional households, where the people being supported are not in the usual fashion of 2 parents and 2 children. And so how do you get the benefit of these credits if you can't understand whether you qualify? So in the respect of non-dependent dependents, you could have a sister-in-law that you're supporting, and you can claim her as a dependent, but you can never claim your cousin. So just know that. And there are tiebreaker rules and all or nothing rules. And I don't lay this out there to suggest you can't mire your way through the code without help. You can. Technology is a great resource. But to understand that there are options within these credits is important, because you may just assume you do or don't qualify. And if you get it wrong and you're audited, you can be banned from claiming the credit for 2 years. So it has ramifications for families. And then when you go to the Affordable Care Act, there's the tax family, and then there's your family. And so if you have an adult child who supports themselves and lives in your home, they are not part of your tax family for the Affordable Care Act. But if you have a child who's an adult and still in college, they are part of your tax family. All this becomes important because within these credits, the amount with which what you can claim varies. And where this starts to show up is there's a large conversation about how even with the credits, we are taxing some poor members of our society into poverty. So take, for example, the child tax credit, or the credit you get for having a child. So it's $1,000 for each child. So let's say you have 2 children. And you earn, I'm moving to a chart because it will help me. You earn, say, $7,200 a year. You will get $638 in credit back. That's not going to cover what you've paid in taxes. But if you make double that, $14,000, you get $1,700. And guess what? If you make $50,000, you get the full $2,000. So it matters that you look at this to understand, first of all, what you qualify for, but does that make sense? If you can't cover your payroll taxes or benefit from the tax that way, you're still going to be in poverty because you've got to pay those payroll taxes. So there are ways in which the code is structured right now that there's a lot of conversation around improving it with a focus on moving people out of poverty, but also looking at financial strength and financial wealth. So I was struck by a recent study by the CFED, which is the Corporation for Enterprise Development, and they talked about the great wealth divide. And their study suggests that the average wealth for white households, and now this is not income, this is wealth, assets, things that you have to rely on, that the average wealth for a white household is $656,000. The average wealth for a black household is $85,000. There is not the tools to build long-term wealth, and they estimate it will take 228 years to accrue the difference in that. It's a shocking number, and it's true for Latino families as well. And you look at one thing like retirement. A white household has an average of $130,000 set aside for retirement, and black household has $19,000. And this comes back to the tax refund, because at that moment at the tax desk, or when you're filing your tax return, you have a choice of what you do with that refund. Now, I will be honest, most of our work in our offices, and there's a book called It's Not Like I'm Poor, where there was a study done with a number of our EITC clients out of Boston. The study was far-reaching in terms of how people who benefit from the EITC use the money as well as how they're treated. One interesting part about the book was they liked coming to our offices because they felt respected and they felt proud that they had earned this credit. They worked and they wanted to get the full benefit of the credit. But within that, we identified that by the time they came to us, or they're doing their taxes, they've already earmarked their refund money. So it's hard in that moment to help them understand you could put money into, say, the government's new MIRA, that's the MyRA program, that has some matching funds with it, and it's an IRA for people who don't have them in their work, and it's a very flexible one, unlike IRAs that are a 401k that a company might give you, where if you take the money out, you get a penalty. This does not. This is more like what's called a Roth IRA, so if you have an emergency, you can take the money without a penalty. So it's a great tool, but explaining to that, that person who's already identified where the money's going to go is tough. Also, saving for education, saving for rainy day, and health care, covering the co-payments and the deductibles. All of this is possible through that refund, but it can't happen only at that moment. The incentives that are built into the tax code have to encourage it as well. And this is where we see the opportunity. In listening to the previous speakers and talking in terms of incarceration rates and the need to really look at how you help get those who come back out of prison to get good paying jobs, there's a push with the EITC being expanded to a childless worker. What that means is you may in fact have a child, but they don't live with you, and so you're not the custodial parent. But you want to help provide for that child. If you can qualify as a childless worker, you will be able to increase your income and therefore the help you can bring to that family. But the Center for American Progress recently released some studies around this issue of boosting both economic security and reducing crime through both if you increase the minimum wage, but also if you expand the EITC. And the numbers are pretty striking, that they feel that if you expand the EITC to childless workers, you will decrease offenses in the system, and you will have a $1.7 to $3.3 billion benefit to society. So that's improved education, all types of things that come with that. And when you look at that, you have to say, we have a responsibility to understand how the tax code can be incentivized in the ways that we want the policy to incentivize. I was at a panel yesterday and heard Congressman Vassor talking about issues around housing. And what was striking is he said, if you look at the tax code, if you own a house, you can deduct the interest you pay for your mortgage. It's a pretty sizable amount. It amounts to about $70 billion a year that basically, though it's not a credit, it's a deduction, it costs us, whether we own houses or not, $70 billion as a society to support that deduction. What you don't probably think about is also, if you sell a home, you're allowed to retain a certain amount of the equity. So let's say I buy it for $100,000 and I sell it for $200,000. I can not pay taxes on up to $250,000 in equity. So, and by the way, if I'm married, we each get to do $250,000. So the incentive is for pretty expensive homes, I gotta say. But more importantly, that's another $30 billion of benefit that we're covering. If you look at the budget for HUD, it's about $70 billion. So that's about equal to what the deduction is, but it doesn't take into effect the $30 billion more for not paying taxes on your equity. So I'm not saying there's only one answer here, but the tax code as structured is being used as a conduit for social policy. So we need to make sure it's less complex so we can understand it and those who benefit from it can understand it, but to be thoughtful about what is the policy we're incentivizing and how are we structuring the code to be a benefit to those we intend it to be. So again, I thank you for being here. I'm always surprised people want to hear about taxes, but I look forward to the question and answer portion as well. Thank you.
In my current daytime, I get paid as a professor for policy. I can't wait to take that statement back to my students because we often talk about how values in our social setting drive policy. And she made the statement that the tax code is a conduit for social policy. You liked it? I did. When you realize that if you want to value having a home, you make sure that people can get a benefit from it, so they take off that taxes. If you want people to understand that you value the social order of marriage, you get a big benefit off of being married in your taxes. You want to value people being good parents, you get a large return on income tax credits. So what we value can be driven by what you have access to in this social order. And so that is just something to always pay attention to. What do we value? Look at what we support, what you can benefit from. We value the separation of children from their parents because a lot of people have been made major wealthy from that system. We value incarcerating individuals because a lot of people have been made a lot of money from that system. One of our earlier speakers said, and I told you, write your comments down. I'm trying to remind you right now, all of the good things that you've heard this morning. He said it's all economics. It's all economics. So we've heard about the poverty services and the system that people have access to on the front end, and how that system is trying to reorganize itself so that people can access those services quickly, because those inability to access those services can create cataclysmic events that cause families to be disrupted. We then heard about all of the services and how we went from 30,000 prisons in the 80s to well over 200,000. Then it was just bloom and magnified about the issue that we face in child welfare and how people get into the system, and guess what? They may never get out. Then we had a real live example of someone who was like, look, I was working, I was there trying to make it happen for my family. But the system, because remember, ASFA came in and it put term limits. It didn't care if you were sitting at the table or not. You could be in a room, but you wait past that 18th month, it's gone. And we had a live example. And we have the opportunity in this moment to figure out how we can make sure that this opportunity that we share in this dialogue could help us answer the call. And so, what did I say earlier? The last shall be? First. And the first shall be? We're going to have Mr. Vassor come. Mr. Vassor is a proud dad. I had to read that because anytime someone starts off with that right there, that's an honest man. He's a proud dad, a husband, a mentor, a coach, as a man of faith and of action. He is the founder and CEO of Amped Strategies. Their current clients include Campaign for Black Male Achievement, Mentor, Nike, Jordan Brand, Sneaker Villa, and the United Way. Amped is also powering innovation pilots, like one aimed at increasing voter engagement and another that is improving school culture in high school. He's going to come share a lot of what he is doing and a lot of what he can add to this conversation this morning.
So, really? This is how y'all feel about a brother? After all of these beautiful people get up, this is how y'all do. Congressman, thank you for the platform, and thank you for, making a way. Ms. Annetta, I heard about the 511 program, and I heard and understand you got a little pistol on you, so I'm gonna hurry up and make my comments brief. I'm going to come at this work from a different standpoint than most of the folks who have spoken before you. I will tell you that I went to social work, I went to Morgan State, so brother, yes sir, yes sir. You already know. Blue and orange, that's for you. I also went to Case Western in Ohio, in Cleveland, Ohio, for my master's degree in social work. And I focused on community youth work. And I focused on that. I decided to focus on that as opposed to clinical because I met some young women who came out of Hiram, Ohio, and they were white girls. Pardon to the white women in the room. They were white girls from Hiram, and their only interface with black folk was what they saw on television. And so we were in this environment where we were having fights in the mid-90s with these folks about what they were and were not going to do. So I don't come to this work lightly, and I'm going to, again, approach it from a different angle because the last is now here, and y'all done took everything else up that I was going to say. To Brother Holder, I want to appreciate something you said. I spent a lot of time in Baltimore City, not just as an undergraduate, but also as a father. And I'll tell you that one of the things I learned working in Baltimore City, you talked about 5 states, and I learned working with the gentleman whose name escaped, Gordon Lightfoot, Brother Lightfoot, who went from being just like yourself, went from being a frontline worker in city jail in Baltimore City to being the warden, and then moved from there to being a state warden, one of the first black state wardens I believe in Ohio. And what he taught me still hangs with me, that in Baltimore, in the state of Maryland, there are 5 zip codes that receive 60% of all returning offenders. And if you look at Baltimore City, anybody that does mapping, I think it was Sister Toni who brought up the geo mapping. When you look at mapping and you look at where they go, it's no coinkydink that when Freddie Gray was killed, that Sandtown Winchester blew up. It's no coincidence, ladies and gentlemen, that our young people are experiencing what I will call asymmetric warfare. Policy is asymmetric warfare. We have young people that don't see it and understand what it is. They feel the impact. And so where I'll start my comments is, and I'm going to take it to your hometown, sir, because, you know, this is your party. And what I will say to you is that when I was in your town, as they say, they told me to tell y'all that this is about you, but it ain't really about you, boo. What that means is that if you're going to be effective supporting young people outside of these systems, that you must understand and know who you are. What are your biases? What are your lenses? I love to put on a good suit and a bow tie, brother. A beautiful piece of chocolate with a bow tie. I love to do that, right? But who are we underneath all of these pretty wrappings? And what are we bringing? And what are our lens? And I love what, Sister Sellers testified to. And I'm just going to put some different language on it because the last shall be first and we got stuff to do. And that is, just because you black don't mean you love black people. And what they told me in Chicago is if you don't love black people, you have no business in this work. Let's start there. Let's just start there. Recognizing that we have people who are in the work that have zero interest or love for the folks that they are so-called serving. They are feeding the machine. Yes. Woo, Sister Toni, you done lit something up. So now I'm going to take you to television. Some of y'all have seen this show. Some of you haven't. I would encourage you to go turn on your television at home or borrow somebody's cable like we used to do back in the day and take a look at this show called Queen Sugar. It is a beautiful piece of cinematography. I've cried at a TV screen or a screen only 3 times in my life, and this show was the 3rd time. And this scene that I pulled up for you, I want to just call out some details. You're looking at 7-year-old you're looking at Ralph Angel. That's the brother, that dark piece of chocolate standing up. Ralph Angel, he's the father to that little cute light-skinned boy, as we say in community. I'm gonna get a little comfortable with y'all because there's been a lot that's been said here and a lot that has not been said. And we get real academic and comfortable in that, and y'all made me last, so I'm gonna have to bring it home. And so that little cute boy right there, his name is Blue in this show. He's 7, he's in kindergarten. And I want to call your attention to that table. And to your left, you'll notice a baby doll. All right, I'm gonna let that hang in there for a moment. A little black boy playing with a baby doll. Push a pin in that one. But His father, Ralph Angel, was incarcerated. His father came home after his incarceration, and while he was incarcerated, Blue lived between, and I had to check in with my wife because I missed the details on this, but he lived somewhere between his grandfather's house and his aunt's house. Push a pin in that. Oh, okay, thank you. She co-signed. She's like, I seen it. Correct. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. All right. So if Blue were a real black boy, he would be one of the one in every 9 black children in America who have an incarcerated parent. He would be one of them. 1 in 9 black children in America have an incarcerated parent. He would have an increased chance of experiencing poverty or household instability, which they actually depict in this movie, in this show. He would likely experience, because this is what we professionals do, we put labels and acronyms on stuff. He would likely experience what's called adverse childhood experience, which is a combination of trauma, shame, and stigma. Trauma, shame, and stigma. Now they've wrapped that up into an acronym and applied yet another label, right? And if he witnessed his father being handcuffed, when I read this statistic, I immediately went to the child in Milwaukee who was in the back seat when her father was shot, the 4-year-old. But if he witnessed his father being handcuffed, he would be 57% more likely to experience post-traumatic stress syndrome. And because incarceration hits poor communities and communities of color harder, the effects radiate beyond just this cute little baby and his cute little father into the family. And I think we've talked about that and illuminated that incarceration doesn't just impact the immediate family. So the question I have for you is, what kind of supports do you think that young boy needs? What kind of supports do you think he actually gets? How do you think people talk to him or would talk to him? I mean, it just so happens that he's portrayed by this, this cute little light-skinned baby with great hair. No, great hair, curls, and does all kinds of loop-de-loops. I'm putting that in air quotes. But the question is, what kind of treatment does that child get? And we talked about value. I'm just going to slip in a little psychology on you real quick. Value attribution. Because it undergirds all kinds of stuff that we do and the way we operate in the world. And it's very simple. It's simple but profound. It is the idea that the value you place on something, on a person, place, or thing, is the way you treat it. Full stop. And you can see it in how people treat money, how they treat themselves, how they treat the people around them, how they treat the objects that are around them, on and on. But because of how he presents, he gets treated a certain way. If we go into colorism a little bit and you flip the way that boy looks, if he had the skin tone that his daddy does, my question is, what are the conversations that would be had with that boy? What kind of mentoring would he receive? What kind of messages would he receive? And what I'll say to you, given what I've seen, is those messages would be dream-killing messages. Dream-killing messages. What our families, what black families and what black children, what I've seen in my lifetime in this work, are experiencing is nothing short of asymmetric warfare. And what I mean by that is we expect them to line up when there are forces, line up and fight and march in this straight line, when there are forces that are shooting from trees, from under the ground, they're in the air, in the water, in the food they eat, in the messages they receive, in the classroom, in the home, in the neighborhood, constant tensions, and pressures. And so, where I've chosen in my life to focus my work is in the community, working with young people. And trying not to be one amongst many of the people who are focused on killing children's dreams. And folks don't realize they kill dreams. I'll give you a very simple, easy test. A child comes to you and says they want to be a basketball player. You ask them what they want to do, they tell you, I want to play ball or I want to be on a stage. The response from the average adult is, go to school and get a job. You better go to school and get a job, stop playing with me. Something to that effect. Not the idea that, okay, let's go chase that down. And if that don't work, let's chase this next dream down. And if that don't work, let's chase this down. And if that don't work, let's chase this down. Now, I heard a little island twinge in Brother Holder's voice. And those of us who are from the islands know we hustle. We got like 3 or 4 of them. He working right now. He's sitting still. Because that's what we do. But what that is the manifestation of dreams. My godmother cleaned hotel rooms in DuPont Circle. She gave me her tip money so I could go to the Safeway on 17th Street to buy ice cream. She did not do that so I didn't come in the rooms and talk to Rep. Danny Davis like I knew something. She did not do that so that my dreams would get killed. But that's what we do to young people all the time, and we add to the noise. So you see this young man sitting at his table with his doll and his daddy. He's working. What's the distance between that young man and this young man? And how do we get that young man to even, so in my lifetime, I can tell you, I was the one in 1989 when Public Enemy said none of my heroes appear on no stamp. I was right there. But now what? It's as if we beat the brakes off of all of those things that were impossible. And we still have more work to do. Don't get me wrong. There's a lot of work to do, beginning with what I'm going to tell y'all a little later. But how do we get Blue to see himself there or see himself in Representative Danny, I just want to call him Danny, but in Representative Davis's seat and others like him? How do we get him there? And some of it begins with, again, just with some of the comments, it starts with respect. For some reason, grown folk think that the young people got to respect us in order for it's 2016. And they got supercomputers on their hip. So let me just help you real quick, because we ain't got all day, and say to you that you're going to have to come with respect to the young person. Some of them got jobs like you got job. My first day at the YMCA in Druid Hill in Baltimore City, I drove up in my beat up Honda Accord. I pulled up behind a Nissan 280Z with T-tops. I got out of my car to go to work. A young 10-year-old camper got out of his car to come to camp. What you gonna say to that 10-year-old who drove to camp? He was hustling Ready Rocks the night before, and that's how he drove to camp. Say what you want, he came to camp. He came to work, and I came to work. Now what we gonna talk about? Are you ready to have real conversations? If you're not, and if you're not coming respectful to young people, we've already lost the battle. Young people nowadays have this thing they call hashtag being woke. I want you to take a hard look at this photograph, because this is young. It's levels, like Meek Mill said. It's levels to this. You think you're looking at 3 young men, former warden Holder, who are incarcerated, but in actuality, because the print is really small, Representative Davis, my eyes are getting bad too. They're getting bad. And so I had to look at this really closely. In those photographs, under those pieces that they're holding up is actually their degree. The artist said that what we see in young black men, before we see their humanity, we see them locked up. And if we don't pay attention, you miss everything. So how do we get them there? According to the research, I mean, you know, it's about high quality, ongoing training to everyone that's touching these young people. High quality and ongoing, not yummying them, having a training on Saturday, bring a biscuit and 10 minutes of some information, but ongoing, high quality information to the Beyonce fans. People must be in it with these young people and their families for the long haul. Love is not temporary. True love is not temporary. Real love ain't just some, you know, we know what we call it if it's short. It's a family show, so I'll keep it clean. But it's vital, and again, what I learned in Chicago and in other places, it's vital that we help young people who are in community to be what they call woke, what the research calls and what Freire calls critically conscious. That's the penultimate. If you want to determine whether or not a young man or a young woman who has been adjudicated is going back, I'm going to be a little contrarian for a moment. The determinant, according to Dr. Dean Trulier, who has done this work for a lifetime and some change, the determinant isn't jobs. The determinant is who they hang with and what is their mindset when they come home. Because they're coming home to places where jobs don't exist. They're all not going back. So jobs are important. Economic development is important. A positive hustle is absolutely important. But you got to have a mindset and be hanging with people with a similar mindset, according to Dean Trulier and them. So let me move through, because again, some of y'all are shifting in the seats. These seats don't get softer. I'm asking all of you to consider, there's a lot of logos up there. And you should know at least one of them. Ideally, you'll know all of them. Now, I'm here representing Mentor, the National Mentoring Partnership. And I had to, given what all of our esteemed panelists said, I just did away with about 89% of my comments. Because I think you've said it and you've hit it right on the mark. What I would submit to you is, if you hear somebody say they're going to start a mentoring program, please do me a favor. Do all of us a favor and tell them to go to Mentor's website first, because that's where you're going to find information about working with children of incarcerated parents. You're going to find best practices for starting a program and for keeping a program going. And maybe you just don't need to start a program. Maybe what you need to do is go join up with somebody and figure out how to do it. And let us not argue over the crumbs. You have the My Brother's Keeper Alliance, which is focused on boys and young men of color. Certainly the Campaign for Black Male Achievement, which is focused on ensuring, I'm sorry, I just lost my train of thought. Literally, it ran off the tracks. Sorry, Toni. I know how much you would enjoy that, yes. They're seeking to ensure that there's a growth, sustainability, and impact of people who are working with and on behalf of black men and boys across the country. The work of the campaign really is about improving life outcomes for black men and boys. And as I shared with Mentor, they're working to fuel the quantity and quality of mentoring relationships. And I'm taking a very thin thread off of this table around mentoring, because that's where I live. That's where I've put my work, my life's work, is around mentoring and youth work. And what I'll say to you with all of these folks, I looked at the Administration for Children and Families through HHS and OJJDP, and I went through looking for the mentoring money. $58.5 million. That is the equivalent to a couple of sports stars' salaries 1 year. Beyonce made that on t-shirts from Lemonade. Yes, sir, she did. That is less than one fighter jet. $58.5 million for mentoring work across the country. And guess what? We're gonna scrap for them little crumbs too. Considering the rest of the budget, we are gonna scrap for that. We shouldn't have to. And what I'd submit is that what young people need is your voice, they need your vote, and they need your volition. In other words, they need you to do something. And what I mean by vote, don't just vote for president. I mean, please vote for president, and please vote the right way, not the wrong way. You know what I'm saying? I'm not even gonna code it. Because I just heard President Barack Obama in Philly. I was like close enough to him to hear him real good when he said, "Don't boo, vote, boo." You like that? That was just for you. And then I want to end where I started, which is really with you. Know that we need you in this work. We need your vote up and all the way down the ticket, from judges to clerks, all the way on up. Those folks that are closest to us are the ones that impact us the most in terms of policy. And I just want to end with saying thank you. Thank you.
I'm not gonna be mad with Brother Vassor for acting like he didn't do his whole presentation, because it was excellent. Man, you kill me. He went from policy to psychology, from psychology to social action. He told us about validation and how validation, and then after we got validated, he said, he questioned and asked us, are we awake? Then he challenged us with some drama pictures and made our mind go to work so that we can see how not only are the images that we see on TV and in the movies, you know, they mirror this work that we're talking about. So those thoughts and that those things are being set up, that being fed to society, so that we can then challenge those notions as well. But then he ended. And I love alliteration. We need your voice, your vote, and your volition. I will make a change. I will commit to answering the call. I will be the one that Black families matter. Two, thank you. I'm just always taught not to put two at the end of the sentence. So I was struggling. But I want us to take a moment of silence, because I really want you to reach down into your psyche, into your soul, wherever you got that good thinking comes from. Because now it comes to the point where we have this shared dialogue. We have this think tank here. We have all this opportunity that we can reach into, that we can move to action. And so I'm going to need you. I didn't get a chance to shake each of your hand this morning. I didn't get a chance to have coffee or water with you, but I've seen everybody enjoying the snacks. And if you haven't had a chance, please make yourself comfortable, because it's time to get to work. This time we have the representative Danny here. He's been here with us all morning. And he's here because he cares about this work. And this work that was going to make the change necessary for millions of families. So what we come up with here today can make a greater impact in society. So pull yourself, your resources. We got my good friend with the mic right here. So as soon as you get your questions together, we're gonna raise our hands and we're gonna move to the questions. We have one question, but I wanna do one thing before the question. Can you hold it for me just 1 second? You're not gonna lose it, are you? She said, bam. That's what I like to hear. But I do want to give, as we move to that question section, I want to, you know, if y'all, because y'all did pretty good this morning. I didn't have to still to sign out. We had to sign, we need to sign out one time. Y'all did good. So this is me saying, I'm gonna need you to do this. So if you could just do a 1 minute summary, so that people can just be refreshed on your topic, and so that they can put your voice, your summary statement. And you don't have to move from your seat, just move the mic close to you so that you can be heard and you can be captured.
Okay, my prepared remarks were about how there are government programs available to support families, stabilize them in their families and their employment, but families need to be able to access those supports to be able to benefit from them, and some states are moving in that direction.
My discussion was basically the over-incarceration, mass incarceration of our folks, beginning with the school to prison pipeline, and now with the prison reform, the impact that's going to have on our communities that are struggling to survive as it is now.
My presentation was really focusing on the shift, hopefully, in the upcoming years, of children being placed in family-like settings and being paid for it out of Title IV-E funds, rather than the money going to out-of-home placement. And I just wanted to emphasize, because I saw another piece, that 1 in 7 children in foster care now are in group settings, including 1 in 3 teens. These placements cost up to 10 times what a relative or foster placement does. 40% of those in group facilities have no documented behavioral or clinical reason for such a restrictive setting and could be better served in a family-like setting.
My talk was about the injustice of termination of parental rights, the atrocity of the disproportionality of African American children in the child welfare system, and the need for due process, services, and changes in legislation.
I covered the value of the tax code in setting policy, but the importance for there to be simplification, as well as to understand that the value of the refund can be for not only covering current costs, but for building wealth.
And I covered everything, including local politics, national politics, the sports score, and the weather. Voice, vote, and volition is where I'd land my comments. Voice, vote, and volition. You got to do something, you got to say something, and you got to go vote for something when it comes time.
Thank you.
My name is Curly Sellers. I work for Virginia Department of Corrections. My thing I want to say, thank you, Mr. Davis. You hit on pretty much my life right now at 52, because me and my husband were grandparents raising 2 14-year-olds. I got my grandson when he was 3, and we adopted him when he was 10, because Ms. Oliver, they wouldn't give us no money to be foster parents. But because he was in the system, they gave us a check for $144, and both of us was working. So it came out cheaper to adopt him to get my husband military benefits for him, because it just wasn't working the other way around. My granddaughter came to us by way of violence. My husband went one day to Georgia to pick her up, to bring her back to Virginia, because her mother and her boyfriend was fighting, and the boyfriend left first, he got arrested, and the mother hit the sister, and then it ended up that her 7 kids, because my granddaughter is the oldest at 14, saw their mother get arrested. So my husband drove all the way from Virginia to Georgia to pick her up. And I felt like we were doing a blindside moment because the bedroom I put her in was my room because, you know, we have all those clothes. So that was like my little room when I went to get dressed, so I had to share it. And, you know, and by her coming, we did the air mattress thing because I wasn't sure how long she was going to be there. So I said, Granny, I got my own bed. I'm looking at her, girl, that's just an air mattress. I kept it in my head, but it just bothered me. And as time gone by, she told me how she was really living, even though we would get her in the summer, and the mom would make sure she had her hair nicely done, and we just thought she was living a good life.
Yes.
So we found out a lot. Ms. Hahn, I hope I didn't damage you.
It's on, it's okay.
My question for you is, when you talk about government subsidy and stuff like that, what happened to the person that is so close? I have a cousin that was on welfare, and it was hard for her to make that transition. I got her a job in corrections, but she has a daughter, and she came right at $1, and they said she couldn't get no help. It took that village to come together, because I had to make some phone calls. I said, now me and Danny gonna help, but y'all need to help down there in South Carolina and get her some help, because she was ready to quit and go back to welfare. And I had to convince her, baby, you have a degree. It'll work for you, just hang in there. So when I see $1, where if she could have gotten some food stamps to help sustain her and her child, but thank God family, Ms. Oliver, stepped in. But if, you know, is there anything when that person comes that close to get help? And really, she wanted to go on food stamps again. She was like, I just quit. I'm like, no, you're not. You ain't going to embarrass me, and I got you this job.
Yeah, I think that cliff effect you talk about, well, the cliff effect is more often they talk about when someone is receiving assistance and then they get a raise that is a good thing, but that raise is too much and you lose more than that raise is worth. That issue is one that states are really aware of and try to smooth that out. But the other one you're talking about is when your eligibility to get something in the first place, where you're just $1 over. I think that is a really tough situation. I think that's also where, though, the earned income tax credit can come in, where you have to think about, you don't think about that side of things so much. But where if you are working and you can get a refundable earned income tax credit, that's going to help you in a way that getting an in-kind support of food, it'd be nice to have both, you know, but there is that support also.
Only if it has not been predetermined in your head of how you're going to spend it.
You know, I want to say that example is not uncommon. That there are a number of people who are right on the edge, and supposedly these programs are getting them ready to go into the workforce. But at the point that they are either out of time in receiving the services, or they're a little bit over the income, they lose child care, they lose food stamps, they lose financial, economic services, and what I call that is regulating the poor. Because in a capitalistic society, there's a need to have low income and poor people. And you have to have that population. And so where do you get it from, unless you're regulating a group of people who then make the choice in many instances of what your relative was getting ready to do, and say, I can't do this on my own. I can't pay my child care. I can't pay for housing. I can't get transportation back and forth to work. I can't lose the ability, just because I've gotten at this so-called level, that I should be self-sufficient, which is not true. It's easier for me to go back, if I can, to get a minimum level of services, because so much is stripped away from me when I finish the program.
And Ms. Fooling, you told me right there, don't look at me. When you were talking about the earned income and stuff, now this is where I've always tried to figure it out, because I do training. when I see people that get these big income tax back, what, that you can earn that much money?
Obviously, the size of the refund is going to depend on a couple of things. One can be how much you've paid in, so are you getting back? Like I paid too much, I gave too much withholding to the government. It can be a credit, like we talked about. So you could have paid in, and for an earned income tax credit, it could get you $4,000 or $5,000, depending on your situation. And then other people get deductions. So as we talked about, for a home, there are other types of deductions. So you start out with, okay, I paid so much money in off my salary, what I get paid, and I'm either going to get all of that back, or I'm going to get part of it back, and then I'm either going to get a credit, because I qualify for those, or I'm going to be able to have a deduction that reduces my income. So you've been taxed, when you pay your payroll tax, if you make, you know, $10 an hour, they're taxing you on that. But if I get a credit, I can reduce that so it's more like $8 an hour in the calculation, so to speak. So I shouldn't have paid as much taxes in. So there are also, I mean, I'll be honest, there are ways to game the system. I mean, people can try to manipulate their income to qualify for more or less, and that often happens. We'll have folks who come into our office and they'll say, hey, my neighbor, same situation as I've got, they got, you know, $5,000, I can only get $3,000. And our answer generally is, well, you have to really look at what they've submitted, and is it accurate? Because we're not going to file a false one for you, but it's frustrating when you can see that happen in the system.
And Ms. Oliver, at the time, could we have challenged that when we were asking, because it was a matter of him going to foster care versus, I got 4 bedrooms, we only sleeping in 3.
But you have challenged
the system when he was already in the system from his mother. And I gave her a year to get it together, and I told her if he's not together by a year, the next time he come over and he ain't looking well, he's not coming back.
There's so much about the system that you need to know, the people that the regular general public does not know intentionally. So there should have been something for a support for kinship care, which would enable you to be identified by the child welfare system as a caregiver with certain supports, so that the money would have come to you for child care, medical care, and a per diem. If you don't know about it, what I found is that systems will do what they can to get you to either sign something, you or the birth family, so that it's an identifiable placement that has no supports. Mm-hmm. So the answer to you is yes, but you had to know the system. And many people who work in the system don't even recognize it, because they're signing off on it because they're pushed to. Let me just say, as an example, a person who used to work in our agency said to us that in the agency they worked at before, they didn't realize that the children that they were, they call it stepping up for intensive services, could have been adopted. But they felt like in that system, if a child stepped down, that they had in some way done something damaging to the agency because the agency got a lesser reimbursement. So even when you're working in the system, you are you're trained to be thinking about what's in the best interest of the system rather than what's in the best interest of the children and families. And that's how families get caught up in not getting services and children not getting what they are supposed to have. And every child is supposed to have legal representation, and they don't have it. So, and then when you have legal representation, sometimes your court liaisons, your GALs are so intimidated by the court that they want to please the court and do what the court wants rather than fight for the child and the family, because they want to continue to get cases.
Well, I see the other hands. I'm going to go here, here, come here, then here. Okay.
And Ms. Hahn, I do want to say the photo that you had of the waiting room, I experienced that. What I found out in this particular city of Virginia, when I went in the morning to take care of something for my grandson, it was all black. And everybody made you feel like you trying to get something illegally. But when I went in the afternoon, everybody in there was white, and they were so much nicer. So I started making afternoon appointments.
The Department of Health and Human Services is starting some research into racial and ethnic disparities in the social service delivery, which I'm sure will be very interesting research.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you, Congressman Davis, for always having child welfare as your primary concern. He spoke at my graduation from Howard School of Social Work. Really? Yes. Holiday too. Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, rather, everyone. My name is Sonja Davis, as I stated, and I am a clinical social worker in the area. And I also have a radio talk show on a local station here, We Act Radio, and it's called Get Your Mind Right, and it's about mental health, behavioral health, and anything in between. And so my concern is always about mental health services. And so I kind of missed most of what everyone said. I'm sorry I was running late this morning, but Mr. Vassor said something that was very important to me, and that is the number of children who are affected by some type of trauma growing up, and many of them are not getting services to help them deal with that trauma, and then it becomes a vicious cycle. Most of their parents, we were talking about a child seeing their parents being arrested. Let's think about the trauma that parent has gone through, and it's what's gotten them to the place that they are in their lives. So anybody on the panel can kind of answer this or may be able to contribute to this. What is, especially Mr. Holder, I think you work in jail system. And so when a child comes into the system, what services are they getting to deal with any mental health issues that they're having? Because we know that in the adult system, there's no help.
Well, I can't, obviously I work in the adult system, so I couldn't, specifically address, what services they do receive when they come into the juvenile justice system. So I would want to maybe see if there's someone here. I only want to speak on those things that I know. I talked about being fact-checked, so I don't want to guess or make an assumption.
I say more child welfare services are moving in the direction of what they call trauma-informed care.
Right.
I said more child welfare service systems are moving to what is termed trauma-informed care. And so in that, they are determining what in fact is trauma. And there are some racial implications and cultural implications around that, because there are risk assessment tools that may or may not correctly identify trauma. But one of the things that I would say is that I believe that the child welfare systems are trying to focus on identifying all of the factors that would put a child in a position where their behavior was assessed as being related to trauma, rather than being negative behavior that would require restraint or seclusion. It's two of the things that are allowed in disability services for children in schools, to hopefully move away from that, to be able to identify the myriad of trauma experiences that the child would be facing. Hopefully, it includes a wraparound service, so that it's not just treating the child, but it's focusing on the family unit, and that's where oftentimes the breakdown is. But I think in the DC area, there are a number of community programs that provide wraparound services for that.
There are, and as a therapist, I rely on them a lot.
Okay.
So I'll say that I'm not familiar with the juvenile justice system and how they operate. What I've heard, well, I won't do hearsay either. So what I will say to you is what I've seen in cities like Philadelphia, and also to a lesser extent in Baltimore City. So in Baltimore City, there's a group called the Black Mental Health Alliance that has been around for many years, and also has gathered clinicians and therapists, and kept that list active to help families who are looking for supports for their children. But in Philadelphia specifically, outside of trauma-informed practice, which has come to community youth work, which I think is an important development, one of the former leaders in the police district in Philadelphia has actually launched a pilot where an officer who's called to a scene, instead of immediately arresting a young person, will move into, again, a more trauma-informed and mental health, what feels to me like a mental health-informed set of queries that have two effects that are really important. One is that it reduces the number of young people who are actually adjudicated. Secondly, this idea of engaging families. So instead of, we're back to the old school that instead of me taking you straight to baby bookings, as they called it in Baltimore, we're going to see your family and figuring out what's going on there and doing some of the wraparounds and figuring out what the family needs, what's broken, and why did this behavior manifest. So we're seeing some of that. The third thing I'll say, which is hopeful for me as well, is watching young people. And what I mean by that is I've been paying attention to Facebook posts, Twitter posts, and Instagram posts where there are young people who are experiencing mental health challenges and know that they are and have started to coalesce. And so they out themselves in very interesting ways, hashtag anxiety or hashtag angst or whatever it is, but they're starting to create communities in the social spaces. And so for me, that's a hopeful development.
Excellent point. I see your hand.
Hi, good morning. I am Rasheen. I'm a doctoral student in the School of Social Work at the Morgan State University.
Yes, yes.
My question is actually for Ms. Oliver, and that is around, what do you see is the unique role of Black social workers within the social welfare institution, and how can they go about the business of that role without being a system maintainer, and also without working within the system, so to speak, without losing their income and also not being a system maintainer?
I don't want to say that most people that are in the system are maintaining the system, but I have to say that's how I feel. I think that what Black social workers need to do more of is develop Black social institutions. Because when you work outside of the system, you have the freedom to be able to create the practice paradigms, the theories, your interventions with families, and identify what is success, rather than having to spend your energy trying to tell somebody why what you see is not what they see. And so when you have that freedom to be able to say, this is when a child needs or a family needs a certain service, and then fight systems that have those services that those families are supposed to get. You work from the outside and you're more effective. And I would say with my agency, we were placing large sibling groups. We were placing children that were terminally ill. We were placing teenagers. And people on the outside were saying, where are you finding these families? We were placing them with Black families. All of our families were Black families. So supposedly there was a pool or a hole or something that we were going to dig these families out of. And people were asking when they were getting placements with us, we want another Roots family. It was something that Roots was doing that made Black people able to take children who were considered unadoptable and who themselves were considered not to be interested in adopting, for those two to come together. It couldn't be done in a system. There were other colleague agencies who had perpetrated the myths that Black families don't adopt, that these children needed to be in foster care or in residential treatment facilities, or that they were unadoptable. So I really don't have that vision. I I have colleagues who have fought the system, who have created wonderful programs that have worked well while they were championing them, but they did not become institutionalized in those programs, and when they left, the program left too. So until we are creating our own for our own, we're going to continue to have the problems we have with traditional systems, and that's where I stand on this.
I see your hand, and I see your hand.
Hi, my name is Carmela. I'm also a clinical social worker. Thank you, Ms. Oliver. And my question is kind of for you, Mr. Vassor. In considering I do clinical social work, I do psychotherapy with patients, but in addition, I'm a mother of a 17-year-old. So when considering respecting and nurturing our children, what I've always believed, but of course I didn't, I guess, gain the best understanding of it until further in my practice and further in raising my own child, is when we're growing our children, our African American children, our culture is one that we maintain like a power over our children, a restraint over our children. We make sure that they stay within a space. And if they get out of that space, then they're punished for it. So what I explain to people when they're dealing with their children is, and excuse my way of explaining it, but when we see a non-black person and their children and they're all over the place, they're doing all kind of crazy stuff, but then we wonder how they become a CEO of a company when they're in their young 20s, or how they're on their second home at 35 and their second marriage, but they built so much wealth. What it seems in my head is that those non-ethnic children or non-African American children, they have always felt like they had a choice, that there was no boundaries on them. So in the end, when we tell our 17-year-old when they go off to college, well, you can do anything. Technically, we've taught them for 17 years, you can't do anything. There's consequences if you don't follow the role. So how would you try, when you're lecturing to a group of parents or to a group of people, how would you try to avoid that, spit or rise for a child? But let's look at how they do it, let's look at how we do it, and how can we teach our children that you can spread your wings without and deal with the consequences?
Really, doctor?
That's your radio show.
Yes, that's so I'd love to take your answer first while I collect all of my thoughts. But yes, if you can actually offer your thought, and then I'll offer mine.
As a mother of a 28-year-old, and I started over and I have an 8-year-old. But this is something that I had to really think about. And my 28-year-old was allowed that freedom. And I think parents have to remember that by the time the kid is 8 years old, you've taught them all of the values and morals, all that stuff is there. After that, then you give them the opportunity to make their own choices. Then they will come and you establish a relationship enough where they will come to you for advice. But if it's something comes up and you say, well, this is my thought on that, but at the end of the day, it's your life, it's your but you kind of offer guidance, but not, standing over them trying to tell them, no, you can't do this. And it worked. It worked for my 28-year-old.
Okay, it's a hot topic. Mm-hmm. It's a hot topic. Yeah, it's a hot topic, but I will insert while Brother Vassor is getting his words. The research says that black parents are not only training their children for their own individual discipline, they're training their children for discipline in the world. And so therefore that dual opportunity that African American families have when they're trying to rear their children to be socialized into this environment, because they're trying to prevent their child from being the next Trayvon Martin. Mm-hmm. I have a 14-year-old and a 13-year-old, a 14 and 12-year-old, don't tell my wife. But my 14 and my 12-year-old, when the situation occurred, my daughter said while we were driving, She's like, Daddy, why wouldn't he just wait and not go to the store? And she was 9. And in the innocence of that statement, I was like, well, would you ever want me to have to say to you that you couldn't go to the store? But like you said, they're being dually trained to operate in this society. And so we can never forget that, you know, it's not just the opportunity to give them the freedom of their wings, because we can still do that. But it's the opportunity to understand, like, look, your wings can fly, but while we remain in this society, there is just a realism that it has limitations.
And so without, you know, this is where the personal and the professional, for those of us who are in this work, really, those worlds collide. What I'll say is that we tend to tack our sales, and as a father of a 19-year-old daughter and a 15-year-old daughter, this idea of having to deprogram what's been programmed into me is very difficult. To program agency, because what you're talking about, when I see, my favorite story is a child who runs through the Target and they dump everything down the aisle. They just run straight down the aisle and dump it, and the look that they get if they're white versus the smacks that they get if they're black. And these are cultural, this is double consciousness playing out, to your point, Doctor. But what we've got to program into our children as early as we can is this idea of agency. What we've got to move towards is, what do we want for our children? And answering that and continuing to answer that till you hit bedrock. What I want for my daughters and what I want for children that I interface with is that they thrive. And so if that's where I'm tacking my sales to, something I was going to say to you all earlier is that you get what you're looking for. And so some of the things that you don't want, the more you call that into existence, the more it shows up. And I don't know why or how it works that way, but that's what I've found. That's what my experience has shown me, so on and so forth. Now, that does not mean that we're not going to have some real talk about how Daddy's going to position himself so them grown men don't look at you the way I see them looking at you when we're walking up the street. That doesn't mean we're not going to have a conversation about what it means to be black and in America today. Preach. Which is not very different from what we've read about and seen in other places. But what it also means is we got to point ourselves in a direction. This is what we want, and how do we get there? So how we get there is constantly, and this is difficult for us, how we get there is in moving towards the joy, tacking ourselves towards what we want for our young people. And that's my soundbite answer. That's the response that I give to adults that are working with young people that ask that question. That's the same answer I give to parents. My question is, what do you really want for that child? And how do we move there in a way that makes sense for that child and for you and for us?
Okay, my next order is going to the lady in the blue dress, the woman in the red dress, black, and then you, sir.
Good afternoon. I'm Doris Murray. First of all, I would like to thank Congressman Danny Davis for this forum. Everyone on the panel, you touched something very near and dear to my heart. First of all, I'll say that I am a member of the African American Ladies Legacy Foundation, which is heavily involved in mentoring. I'm a grandmother, known as Big Mama. I have raised 7 of my grandchildren, which I'm still raising some of them, 2 with severe disabilities, and also a great-grandchild. So you have certainly touched my heart. I'm also an advocate for prison reform. And today, that's the hat that I'm wearing, and Mr. Holder, I have some questions for you. How can we get the Bureau of Prisons to acknowledge gambling as a chemical disorder of the brain, just like other drug or alcohol addiction?
Okay. Can you repeat again?
How can we get the Bureau of Prisons to acknowledge gambling as a chemical disorder of the brain, just like drug and alcohol addictions?
Okay, so let me just to get a better understanding. So obviously there's gambling that takes place inside a prison, and that's a difficult question. I wish I can tell you the answer. I can say this though, if you understand, if you have a true understanding how prison works, you can minimize those things. I can tell when there's drugs or when there's no drugs in my prison, or if there's alcohol or when there's no alcohol. And you can control some of these things. I don't know if there's a one brush that can clean this up, because it's so, each prison has a leader. And even when the orders come down from the central office, it's still applied differently based on who is at the head of that prison. So I think that's a question that I would keep in mind, and as an organization, we'll see if we can get the Bureau of Prisons to maybe consider that question.
Thank you. My next question is why is Bureau of Prisons not honoring the compassionate release law?
Well, I think there's been lots of discussion about that, and it's really about leadership again. As you know, we had. I'm sort of on the opposite end of a lot of these things, so I wanna just make it clear, because the director of the Bureau of Prisons has, at his latitude, the opportunity to do those compassionate release, and it makes sense, because I always believe we have to see the economic sense in the decisions that we make, and for you to, one of the things we're going to be dealing with is an aging population. That those folks don't need to be in prison. They ain't going nowhere. They can't go commit any crime, but yet we continue to keep them incarcerated and pay large amounts of monies to keep them that way. So if you have if I was to be the director of the Bureau of Prisons, which I'm not interested, so don't let it go out here that I'm interested in working in that system anymore. He has the latitude to do that, and the wardens send those things up. Because we see the guys, around the prison, how they functioning and those kinds of things, but, the politics involved in that doesn't necessarily give make the right decision takes place for these individuals as it relates to compassionate release. And I know that's very frustrating, because, you hear these things, and I don't know why they don't do it, to be honest.
Thank you. I did write my questions down. Okay. I have another one, also for Mr. Holder. This one deals with the Second Chance Act. Why women are not receiving the maximum amount allowed for the Second Chance Act. For example, the act says up to 12 months. And generally, what happens is that women, if you have a place to go to, you might get 1 month or maybe 2. But rarely do you get 12 months, particularly at the Addison Federal Prison for Women. It's very rare that they get more than 1 or 2 months. Can you please speak to that?
Yeah, and I'm going to address that, because that's been an ongoing problem with the Bureau of Prisons. It's not just started today before the second chance. They always had the authority to give inmates more than 6 months in a release residential center. They had adopted the policy that they was only going to do 6 months. The second chance really expand that. One of the problems is that there isn't enough space. There isn't enough, space to accommodate everybody receiving that 12 months. As you know, anybody that goes through the drug program, they automatic, so they get first preference to getting the 12 months. And then everybody else is based on availability. So if you would notice, if you would keep up with the Bureau, there is a lot of requests for additional bed space as it relates to reentry, which will hopefully open up individuals to receive longer time in the release residential centers.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Renee Gales, and I'm from Chicago. I'm a grandparent. I raised my grandson. My grandson was in the system maybe about, well, he's 18, so 16 years ago. But at the same time, my granddaughter was in the system. It's my son's children, but when I got my grandson, at the time that my granddaughter, they were all living together, we were not sure that she was my granddaughter, but they gave my son a test. He was in prison. And we found out that that was my granddaughter. So somehow, I don't know if they didn't respect his rights or something, but she was adopted by a white family. And they just kind of took her away. And we looked and looked for her, and finally, we used to look on the internet every year just to check, and finally found her kind of by accident on Facebook. So now I try to maybe get a relationship or talk to the parents that have her, the people that have her, but they're telling me that I cannot even have a relationship with her. And you know, I just don't know if they did something wrong, but by not even asking me if I wanted her, because I was her grandmother. They didn't even think of that, because the same people where I got my grandson from, she was there too. So when they found out that she was my granddaughter, they gave her to this white couple. So, you know, I don't know if there's anything I can do, steal or...
You can't do anything about the adoption now, but what you can do, how old is she?
She's 16.
Okay, so you have a couple of years when she can do whatever she wants to do.
Right.
But you can't do anything with that family at this point because she is a legal guardian. They are her legal guardian and her parents. I was saying there's nothing that she can do right now, but in a couple of years she's gonna, the grandchild is gonna be an adult, and will be able to do whatever she wants to do. But see, this is what I'm saying to you. The last story that I just read is your story.
Yes.
And this is a grandmother who's saying, I want my grandchild, my son did not get a paternity test, and they posted in a paper for the putative father 60 miles away from where they lived. And what paper is that they post in? Do y'all see that every day? Where they're saying if you possibly could be the father of somebody who was born on such and such a day.
But they did blood tests with him while he was incarcerated. And it came back that that was his child. So they knew that.
But that's what's still happening today. The courts are making decisions about where children go. And if there are, and this is the truth, if there are white families who've been waiting to adopt, and this was a young, healthy baby, even with that whole MIPA thing, with the Multi-Ethnic Placement Act is supposedly to allow placement of African American children without regard to race, because looking for same-race families was supposed to slow down the adoption. MIPA works for black children who are 3 years old and under. The children who wait in foster care who are African American have not been helped by MIPA. So it is really unfortunate, and it's like when you say when you look for something, you get it. There is a pool that white adoptive families are looking for children, and they will accept black children under a certain age. Now, that's not to say...
In Wisconsin also.
Iowa.
Thank you.
New York. Texas. Illinois. Georgia.
I would like to add something to that.
Okay, please.
I'm not a grandmother. I am a mother whose rights were terminated. I am also from Chicago, born and raised. And what helped me to reunify with my children when they turned 18 is that I had something for them when they came to me. I had something to show them that I wanted them, and I prepared for them, and I lived my life as though they were still there. I bought my home 13 years ago. I bought a 3-bedroom home, even though I was a single woman with no legal children. I bought a home for my children, and I made up their rooms for them, and I kept those rooms intact. When my auntie and them and cousin them come spend the night, I didn't let them go in my children's rooms. I also had improved myself academically. I had a number of academic degrees, and I was able to produce paycheck stubs where I've been working for years and showed an upwardly mobile career. So that when they have those questions as to why you didn't, because they're not going to understand that the courts and the system did everything they could to block me from getting you back. They're not going to understand that. The onus is going to be on yourself and your son. Why didn't y'all get me back?
My grandson, her brother, well, he just graduated and went to the University of Iowa. So they're kind of communicating now. They just started.
Okay, good.
Not with me.
You will get back in the loop. And the one thing that's really helpful for their mental health at that point is to know that somebody cared about them, because oftentimes the story that they get is that we took you because there was nobody that wanted you.
Yes.
And that's really unfortunate, but I see that continuing to happen over my 26 plus years in this field, that adoptive families, regardless of race, are so threatened by the birth family that they will create a story that hopefully will help the child to be loyal to them and not to the birth family. And so that work has to be done at some point in their lives. If it wasn't an open adoption where they got accurate information, at some point in their life they need to have the true story in a way that's not, hopefully not blaming, but loving.
An open adoption sometimes they don't have
Well, they decide how much openness they want.
that's
Good afternoon. My name is Kenaya Shakoya from Shakoya Enterprises. I'm here locally. Thank you very much, Congressman, for organizing this session. This has been very informative. My comments, though, have to deal with the population that we're addressing right now. We do need to talk about what happens when we get into, well, how do we serve families who are having significant problems. However, I would like to see a session on how we prevent a lot of these things. I'd like to see maybe a future session on parent empowerment, because we basically, when we talk about families, we talk about particularly parents as consumers of service. We don't bring them in as partners that's going to help us deal with problem solving. And I think that we need to back up a little bit so that if we deal with this on a prevention level, then your caseloads would go down, because we wouldn't have as many children in this trauma. And the other thing I wanted to say is that there is a disconnect between the schools and families. I don't see anybody from education here. I don't know if anybody here is in education, but there is a real issue in the public school system that's not necessarily related to reading, writing, arithmetic. There is a peer culture there that is violent, that is disrespectful, and it's peer-driven. So unless we get into the schools, the community, to deal with this, we have to change this culture that's in almost all of the schools, particularly the middle schools and the high schools.
Okay.
They need you. They need you. The last thing I want to say is one of the problems, I believe, with children who are moving through the school system in particular, when they go in those systems, they don't see themselves at all. They don't hear about Black heroes. They don't hear about, and they're not informed about current events. A lot of them don't know what's going on right now out in the community. So there's some things that we can do to kind of change the situation. And I'm just suggesting that we can have to continue with children and parents that are in trauma, but we also need to back up and help to strengthen families.
I appreciate that.
So I'd like to kind of address that. If you could respond to my comments.
Yes, thank you. I
Thank you.
definitely would like to respond to the parent empowerment piece. That is primarily what my organization the not-for-profit organization that I founded, Families Organizing for Child Welfare Justice, that's what we seek to do. Our mission statement is that we seek to train, educate, and organize families in child welfare reform. When I was going through my situation, it's overwhelming. You're trying to get off drugs, you're going back and forth trying to get these kids back, you're dealing with your family and all of these other pressures that come along with that, you're trying to keep a job, you're trying to go to school, and along with all of that, you have to do this to try to get your kids back. Then you in this courtroom hearing all of this legal jargon and all of these terms thrown around, social workers saying this and GAL saying that. It's too much to comprehend, especially if substance abuse was a part of the picture. You're doing good to just get up in the morning and verbalize your name, so you can't understand what's going on in the court process with your children. So my organization seeks to give the parents that education piece about the system, not only about the terminologies that is being used in the court process about their children, but also how that system, the child welfare system, works in tandem with other systems to keep us bound.
Excellent.
Also,
go ahead. No, finish your
go ahead.
statement.
And also, there's a coalition building track I have, a mentoring track I have, as well as the grassroots advocacy piece to give parents, empower parents with their own voice, so as a collective voice, we can affect change in the system.
Excellent. We have two more comments. We have a young man here, and I'm going to ask in those last two comments if you can reserve your comment to one question, and we have this young lady right here. So we have two more comments, and then we're going to ask Brother Ron Daniels if you can prepare yourself to give a couple brief words and to also talk about the state of the black world. We would love to hear about the upcoming event, and so I'm just giving you the heads up before I hit you.
Thank you very much. This young man he's talking about is 73 years old. So, and I want to make that a point of interest because I really was going to speak to the matter that this young lady raised, but she had to leave, about the issue of discipline in our communities versus non-discipline and the success of non-pigmented people when they become CEOs, just like they were little hoodlums when they was kids. That has to do with white privilege. It doesn't have to do with how we raise our children. When you raise your children with a great deal of discipline, you build character in your child so that they can deal with the society. If you don't raise your children with a considerable amount of discipline, they will be undisciplined as adults, and that causes greater problems in our community. But it has nothing to do with whether they're successful academically or professionally. That has to do with American society. That has to do with who has the rights to privileges when you can be a complete failure in everything you ever did and you end up president of the United States. That's when you see it has nothing to do with how they were raised. It has to do with white privilege. So I really don't want to confuse my people and about that issue and how we fit into society. We first have to sit into our own society and maintain our society. I will share with you the reality of, I have 4 children, raised them extremely strict. And they're more strict on their children than I was on them. and I've also had the privilege of raising numerous, my wife and I raised hundreds of black children. And all of them that improved because we were very strict with them. We built character into them. And every one of them will tell you that. Now this whole issue that I'm going to raise with you about capital punishment versus abuse, which is confusing in this society. And the many of my educated black people who go to these white institutions and get very confused about discipline. My mother beat my rump every chance she got. And that's the reason why I am so successful. I'll tell you one last story that's really important. Growing up in the country, I was one of those better cowboys of the youngsters. And I rode a horse that was very, very dangerous horse to ride and trained him. Everybody in the community was applauding me. You know what my mother said to me? She said, I'm proud of you because everybody else is proud of what you did. But I'm going to beat your bottom because you disobeyed me and staying off that horse. That's the reason why I ended up the world champion bareback rider, because I was disciplined because of that beat my mother gave me. The truth of it is, when parents are disciplined with their children, they build character into their children. And when you got character, you can compete with the rest of the world. being lenient with people, period. Humans need supervision. Even adults need supervision. Believe it or not. Turning us loose without supervision, we'll do most anything we think we can get away with. Therefore, children need discipline, and our communities need to stay extremely disciplined. If you're going to be a good parent, one of the most important things you can do to your children is teach them discipline. Discipline has to do with internal growth, and the fact that when you're dealing with internal growth, then you can deal with the other issues. You're not dealing with the same issue when you're dealing with internal discipline as you're dealing with the greater racist society in the world. Those are two different issues that don't confuse them. When you say that you can't go across these limits, perception, it's not the same as saying you can't go across the limits as your own character. And that's extremely important for parents to know. Unfortunately, a lot of our young parents now don't have the benefit of being with elderly black people. And that's a disadvantage, and they try to learn how to discipline, raise their children from watching television and all other kinds of problems and being in white institutions and reading white books written by white people about white things.
I think
without others taking into consideration white privilege.
Yes, sir.
So therefore, I say to you, the statement that we are successful because we let our children say they can spread their wings is not a reality in the world that I live in. And it's had to do with white privilege. And the more you discipline your children, the greater you discipline your children, the greater they will build character. There's two things that build character in people. That's hard work and extreme discipline. Will build character.
We appreciate your comments, sir. Excellent. Thank you.
So can I respond to that real quick? Yeah, just real quick. I just want to throw something in on that.
Yes, sir. Real quick.
So I want to throw something, because that brother is actually the same age as my father, who believed mightily in a belt. It was the cross and the belt, how you want it. And so I can sit here, and my father would tell you, if he was up on his dais with me, he would say, this boy's here because I beat inches off of him of blackness. What I would submit to you, though, is we have a different circumstance with our young people. And that discipline is right. However, I think my argument back to my father and back to the brother, just in all due respect, is that we're in a day where we got to come with that plus. That's my submission.
There's a point where you discipline at a certain age, like there's a point that you don't, but you still have to communicate, like you said, with who's in charge and that. Because there's a point that they will take that belt and try to do it. You can't come back now.
This is how you know you hit the right mark. Everybody, it starts popping like popcorn. Well, we have one more comment, and then our time is about to run out. We're going to hear this one comment, and then we're going to hear from Brother Daniels, and then we're just going to thank you all for coming. I think, and the congressman is going to come, and we're just going to thank you all for participating today.
Hi, so I have the privilege of working with Congressman Davis. So every idea that you have said, my charge is to go back and try and make it happen. So thank you very much. I had a question for the woman from H&R Block, Ms. Lily. Dr. Wilson called me a few years ago, and she said, I have all these grandparent caregivers coming in, and what can you tell me about the tax code to help them? And I tried, in my novice tax way, and I tried, and I was like, oh my God, it's really hard. And so, channeling her question to you, are there things that H&R Block can do to help the grandparents raising grandkids be able to take the best advantage of the tax code? Because you're in a position that I am not in to help Dr. Wilson.
Sure. So now I'll admit it in front of everyone, you never want me to do your taxes. Let's just start there. So I'm going to not directly answer that in terms of right now, but yes. So what I'd be happy to do is we have the Tax Institute at H&R Block, which are CPAs and lawyers who are our tax experts. And they interpret all the law for us, for our tax professionals who serve in our 10,000 offices. I'm happy to go back and ask for them to give me an overview of what are the opportunities for grandparents who are rearing their grandchildren within the tax code. Now, and I will caution you that every situation obviously will be different, but there are buckets, I believe, of credits, and other resources, and things they should be looking for and asking about. So let me, and I can turn back and send it to you. Does that make sense? And whoever's interested in it, but we're happy to do that. I mean, it's something we would do with organizations we work with anyway, but these are people who know this stuff, so I will get you that.
Thank you.
I appreciate that very much, because then that way, maybe the congressman can look at some ways of making something happen that's not there, that would benefit that population, who is a big number of people in this United
Yes. I'm also happy to say, and I know that the congressman's aware of it, if there are problems that come into a congressional office, they often will call us for help with a tax problem where they can't either manage with the IRS or can't manage for the individual, and we're always willing to help on an individual case as well.
As Brother Daniels comes, let's give love with our hands to our prisoners for their time, their information, their talent, their treasure. Appreciate each of you. Thank you so much.
If you don't mind my highlights, this is the secret.
Well, thank you very much. Let's give this panel a great round of applause for an incredible discussion. I mean, I've learned so much from just listening to what's been said. Let me just be very quick. And first and foremost, always giving credit to my esteemed friend of long standing, one of the most formidable congresspersons in these United States of America, if not in the world, the Honorable Danny Davis. Let's give it up for him for his always concern. And my homegirl, Annetta Wilson, from, who's always supportive. And I say that because year after year, even when it's not at the Congressional Black Caucus, I can recall there was a national march dealing with the issue of violence and fratricide. And Danny, Congressman Davis, you remember we came to you and Mothers in Charge, and you received people, so you've always been there. And that's important because we have a generation of people who need to emulate this model of what's being done, because that kind of conviction and vision and courage is incredibly important. I also want to just thank and call out our beloved brother, Baba Leonard Dunstan, who also has worked so closely with Danny Davis. He is the convener of the Black Family Summit of the Institute of the Black World 21st Century, and there is no more formidable champion on the issues of black family and someone who has modeled this for years and years and years than Baba Leonard Dunstan. So would you please give him a round of applause as well. And let me just say a bit about the Black Family Summit and just my feelings just sitting here listening to this panel. And Congressman, I just wrote an article called Racism Kills. I'll send you a copy of it. And I remind you of a conversation we had a few years ago, and we were sitting at some restaurant somewhere, and you were talking about the disinvestment and the deindustrialization in our communities. And so while people are trying to criticize somebody about whether they stand or kneel for the national anthem and the flag, what I hear on this panel, again, is the assault on black families. I mean, my blood just boils to hear how the system has been articulated by so many people, including Toni Oliver, about how our children are assaulted. And this is not accidental. This is either overt or covert, but let's call it what it is. It is racism. It's institutional racism. And it's a state of emergency. I mean, it is an emergency in our community in terms of how we're being assaulted. And so one of the things the Black Family Summit attempts to do is to sort of help to coordinate and pull different organizations together to try to find out ways and means how we can collectively deal with this problem. Because one of the problems we have in the black community is that, I call it cultivating a culture of collaboration to heal black families and communities, because this one's over here doing good work, that one's over here doing good work. We're all doing good work, but somehow the enemy slips in between the fact that we're not connected sometimes. And so the connectivity that we try to create is through the Black Family Summit. And so again, I just wanted to uplift that. And let me just say that what we're trying to do then is coming up the State of the Black World Conference, and I'm a little frustrated because Brother Ron Hampton, some of you know Brother Ron Hampton is the National Black Police Association. He walked by the door, he's got some of the promo cards. He lost his cell phone last night, and we were trying to connect with him to get him around. So you'll run into a little promo card talking about the State of the Black World Conference. It is coming up November 16th to the 20th in Newark, New Jersey. Back in the day, we used to say Newark, right? Some of you all, Sister Kanai, you remember those days, right? And the theme is It's Nation Time Again. Racial collaboration for black empowerment. Yeah, these, you'll be finding these. And one of the main tracks will be a track which is entitled Sustaining and Enhancing Black Families. It'll be a major part of this conference. And what we do again is not just complain, and we have complaints, and we should complain. But just like this session, what I heard here was not just complaints. I heard a panel providing solutions, telling you how you could address these issues. And so we are each other's best resource. Everybody in this room is a resource. Panelists, yes, but I heard people standing up in the audience giving their experiences, what they do. That's who we are as black people. We all bring something to the table. And so at the State of the Black World Conference, every 4 years after the presidential election, we want to critique what's happening in the election, and we'll have a panel doing that. But also we'll have these tracks in which we talk about specific sets of issues. And one of them will be the black family. And then on Saturday of this conference, we just spend 7.5 hours just in depth dealing with each other, learning from each other as a way of trying to move forward. And then we try to find 1 or 2 or 3 things that hopefully collectively we can move forward together with. And now with technology, hopefully this time, the people who come together in these different groups will be able to hold them together, whether it's on Facebook or some other vehicle. So you'll continuously, whether we are there or not, just be in touch with each other, sharing with each other, learning with each other. Because at the end of the day, the battles that we fight are very difficult. But they are more difficult when we feel alone. When we feel that we're not alone. When we know that we're a part of a network. When we know we're a part of a family that is in this fight together. Then we are fortified, we are strengthened, and we know that we have the capacity for victory. So we urge all of you, go to the website, ibw21.org. If you don't get this, go to the website, ibw21.org. It's infinitely affordable. It is being hosted by the Honorable Roz J. Baraka. We got a black mayor in Newark, New Jersey. And I just bumped into him in the hall. He is excited about this. We have about the Minister of Culture and Tourism from Ghana is coming, represent the president. About 50 people are coming from Ghana. We have people coming from all over the world for the State of the Black World Conference, and we want you to be there too. So again, I commend you for such an extraordinary panel. I've learned so much from it. And again, let's give a big round of applause for our host today. He's always been our champion, the Honorable Danny Davis. Thank you so much.
All right. You know, I was thinking about my father, who graduated from the 4th grade when he was 19 years old. And he used to tell us regularly that a little knowledge is a dangerous thing. He'd say you have to drink deep because shallow drinking intoxicates the brain. We have heard not just a little knowledge. I mean, we've heard a whole wagon load this morning and into the afternoon. So the first thing I really want to do is thank our esteemed panelists and our moderator for a profound discussion, helping us to realize that there are no simple solutions to very complex problems. So let's give all of them, if we will, just another great round of applause. I also want to thank Annetta and those who helped her to organize this session. And I know a lot of times we come to discussions and meetings and wonder what happens as a result. If anything really happened as a result of the conversations that we had. Well, I want to thank Jill for helping me remember what happened. Because last year, we had a discussion, and she sort of looked back at what the panelists talked about. And 2 years ago, the panelists recommended the need to focus the judicial system on the impact of incarcerating parents on their children. Panelists emphasized that incarcerating parents forces children into foster care. Indeed, almost 8% of children placed in foster care each year enter due to parental incarceration. This is approximately 20,000 young children every year. Congress just passed a new law encouraging diversion programs for individuals fighting substance abuse. I actually used the wisdom of this event to focus these diversion grants on parents whose incarceration could result in their children entering foster care. I put an amendment on the floor of the House. It was passed and included in the final law. Last year, the panelists focused on the needs to help parents affected by substance abuse to strengthen families rather than pull them apart, and to help grandparents who must raise their grandbabies, often due to their children's addiction. I succeeded in including many of these ideas into the Families First Act, which passed the House of Representatives and is waiting consideration in the Senate. It actually passed, voted on by the House of Representatives. It shifts funds to prevention, allowing federal dollars to address the key reasons that families struggle by providing evidence-based mental health, substance abuse, parenting, and kinship navigator services to strengthen families so they can avoid the child welfare system. Prevention is not punishment. It removes many of the barriers to licensing for kinship caregivers so that kinship caregivers, and someone spoke to that issue, can qualify for substantially greater financial help. And I think what we argued was that many African American families who adopt or take children into their homes to raise are not philanthropists, don't necessarily have a lot of money. As a matter of fact, some of them don't have any money at all. And so just because they are related to a child in need of parenting does not mean that they don't need the financial resources that would also go to foster parents who are not related to the child. So all of these ideas we kind of picked up from you. So we thank our panelists. And I noticed that we had a great deal of discussion and mentioned the whole business of interaction and cultural differences. And I couldn't help but think, Doc, of something we used to often say back in the days. And of course, this elderly guy giving out wisdom is an esteemed psychiatrist. who not only raised his children and all of that and a lot of others, but learned something about mental health and child rearing. I imagine when he was studying psychiatry and medicine and that kind of stuff. But we used to often say that I love to meet a man who's proud that he's black. Black's a beautiful color, and that's a fact. But I also like to meet a woman who's proud that she is white. Everybody ought to have some color. Just about any one of them is all right. So, but what I really like to meet is a person who strictly understands that it's not color that makes the person, but it's character that makes the man. And of course, today we'd say makes the person or makes the man and the woman. And I think one of the things I often say to young African Americans is don't ever be afraid to be black. I represent a congressional district that's about 50-50, just about. I represent some of the wealthiest people in America. I represent an area called the Gold Coast, the Magnificent Mile, Water Tower Place. I've represented Pritzers, members of the Pritzker family that own all the Hyatt hotels. I've represented Oprah Winfrey. I've represented Michael Jordan. I've represented the mayors of Chicago and the governors of Illinois. But no matter who I represent Chinatown. I represent Greektown. I represent an area called Little Italy. I represent Ukrainian Village. But I never, ever forget how I got here, being black. And that there are some issues and some problems that exist in black life that if you don't understand them, then you miss opportunity to try and correct them. You miss the opportunity to raise the kind of issues that are going to make a difference. And you won't always get a lot of support. You may not get it initially, but eventually it comes. I look at some of the programs that have come out of the president's office. Executive order, Brothers Keepers, and we've been raising that for at least 12, 15 years. Took a while. We started something called the State of the African American Male several years ago and went around the country raising it. We'd raise it and find a little place in any kind of legislation to try and stick in a little piece saying that black boys got some real challenges and problems, saying that many of them drop out of school psychologically before they reach 4th grade because they never saw a black man reading a book. They never come in contact with a black professor. They never had a black teacher, period, in all of their schooling up to the point. I am delighted to note my sister, Dr. Ciola Davis Barnes, who first time I think she's ever been at one of our sessions, and my cousin from Detroit, Michigan, and his wife, Winston Glass. and so they just come in here with some of this action, but we continue to make progress. We continue to move. And Sam Cooke probably had the best answer when he wrote his famous song, It may be a long time coming, but I know some change is going to come. We are close to an election. Foundation activity is not political, as a matter of fact, but I'm reminding people, especially African Americans, that it was an election in 1876 that almost put black people back in slavery. Honest to goodness, it did. And anybody who don't know that just need to go back and read the Reconstruction period and read what happened. It was something called the Tilden-Hayes election. Two guys were running for president. Tilden from New York, Hayes from Ohio. And he was not a bad guy. He just figured out a way to get elected. Neither one got enough votes to be elected president, so that kind of threw it in the House. And they set up a commission in the House and said, we're going to abide by the commission. Well, Rutherford Hayes, who really was a nice guy, if you check his history out, and he had been, but he suggested to the Southerners that if they voted for him and he became president, he would end the period of Reconstruction, that he would pull the federal troops out of the South. He got elected. Prior to that time, progress was being made, all kind of stuff. Black people, black guy was the Speaker of the House in South Carolina. A brother had been the governor of Louisiana. Black guy was the acting governor of Louisiana. A.A. Pinchback. Two black United States senators had been put in from, of all places, Mississippi. And so schools were being developed. Hospitals were being built. People who had just been slaves 20 years ago were doing all kind of magnificent things, but they had the help of something called the Freedmen's Bureau, and they had the protection of the federal government. Well, all of this ended after Rutherford Hayes became president. Troops were pulled out of the South. The South began to pass laws, black codes, and all kind of other things. And I always say it almost went back to slavery. So we can never go to sleep. We can never get to the basement and think that we're in the penthouse. We've made a lot of progress. Surely we have. I'd be the last person to suggest that we have not. I'd be the last one. But I know that you can do the Watusi. 2 steps forward, 2 steps back, you're in the same spot. We don't want to end up in the same spot. So let's never, ever go to sleep. Thank you all so much for making this just a tremendous session. We invite you to come and join us later on this evening over at the Renaissance and, have some colored water. Well, Jesus did some wonderful stuff with water. So share some libations with us and have a great afternoon, and hopefully we'll see you this evening. Thank you.
Can we get a picture before everybody starts talking?
Annetta says everybody on the panel got to get their picture taken.